The following is intended only for mature audiences. Viewer discretion advised.
The Taxidermist by this X account. Chapter 21, Life in Pink. The sound of heels clicking on wood woke me up. They went back and forth, rumbling on my right cheek and echoing in my ears. I was cold, an unnatural and intense cold that made me shiver slightly. A cold that I did not feel when waking up, since several weeks ago. I tried to open my eyes, not without some difficulty, but immediately, I had to close them by a sudden and blinding beam of light. I could see the faded spots, the product of being dazzled. I kept my eyes tightly closed trying to recover. However, moments later, I could notice another ray of light through my eyelids. Flash. Someone was taking pictures, no doubt. Was it some kind of paparazzi? Were they taking pictures of me perhaps? But I didn't have any photo shoot scheduled. Furthermore, I wasn't even working for Mimsy's palace at this point. It didn't make sense. I was stunned. Was this some kind of dream? A nightmare? I tried to collect my thoughts, but it hurt to think. My head was heavy and scrambled. With much work, I began to clear up the confusing nebula in my mind. I concentrated on bringing coherence to my strange situation. And, looking back on my last steps, my state and posture seemed completely absurd. I carefully opened one eye. The smell of dust tickled my nose. I needed to know where I was, but from my angle I couldn't see anything but an old wooden floor, and I could only glimpse a few dirty bottles that accumulated in a corner of a shelf with worn paint. The whole place was almost in darkness, illuminated dimly by a dim green light from a source unknown to me. Nothing concrete that would give me a minimal signal to recognize the place where I was. That was the only thing that mattered to me at the time. Where I was. Why was I lying on the floor? What had happened? I couldn't remember feeling bad enough to pass out and end up on the floor in that strange place. I was sure that I was at Mimsy's palace, and from there, I did not remember anything else. Where was the shadow? I tried to shake my head, but immediately I stopped. I suppressed a groan. My left temple was pulsing, and the slight headache I had was getting more pronounced, throbbing. Then, my stomach lurched at the sight of those clattering heels walking in front of my face. They stopped inches from my nose. I was not alone. Whoever that person was seemed not to mind my presence at all. That woman had her back to me, but I could hear the unmistakable sound of her loading a camera. Flash. I squeezed my eyelids shut again and pursed my lips in annoyance, wrinkling my face. I felt a tug on the left side of my head, as if something sticky had dried all over my face. I did a general inspection of my body and realized that only my head was wrong. I think my head got hit really hard, but I didn't remember how. You were right. I heard the woman say, "This is a real gold mine." Was there someone else in the room or was she talking to me? I kept my eyes closed. Her heels went from my left side to the right. Rage immediately bubbled up in my chest. That woman had passed over me, as if I was one more lump on the floor, and that she only limited herself to dodge. It was outrageous. That person was aware that I was lying on the ground, and she was not interested in helping me. I knew the guy was weird, she continued enthusiastically, but I never imagined that Alastor LeBlance would be the vigilante. It was then that I felt my stomach shrink with fear and terror ran down my back, like a violent shudder. All physical discomfort faded from my mind at that moment, and my insides began to twist uncontrollably. What was that woman saying? How could she know that? Who was she? Where was I? "This will make history," she said. Jubilantly, she stepped over me again and went to the bookshelf to take a closer look. I tried to move urgently. I had to do something. I couldn't stay there, but my body felt extremely heavy and cold. The piercing pain in my temple was back and more intense, but I did not care. I had to stop that woman. I couldn't let her spread that information about Alastor. "What the fuck is this?" she exclaimed, excited. "Disgusting. I should take photos of each jar separately." Those photos. What was she taking photos of with such impetus? With great effort, I was able to turn my head a little, to look up. Finally, I saw more clearly of the piece of furniture in front of me, and I recognized it immediately. It was a shelf full of jars with human and animal remains in oil, knives of different sizes, a poorly sealed sack of salt, a squirrel stuffed by a rookie, and a lot of bunchy grass hanging from the ceiling. I could see some strange symbols on the walls of the room that I had seen long ago and that I had been forbidden to enter here for a long time. I was in Alastor's sacrifice room. But how was it possible? Had this woman taken me by force, from Mimsy's palace to Alastor's house? What did she mean by that? Wait till everybody sees this, she said suddenly, without containing her joy. Wait till everybody see this? No one else could know. No one but Rosie and I should know the identity of the vigilante. Oh, his conviction will be very satisfying, she added maliciously. Although I admit that he knew how to be elusive. The police have been looking for him for nearly a year. But at some point he was going to let his guard down. She put the photos that she had taken in her bag and began to prepare the camera again with a new photographic paper. No, 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 no. The desperation of that prospect filled me with panic. The slightest possibility that Alastor might be caught had never crossed my mind. He knew how to evaporate blood. He could act in the shadows without being discovered. There was no way he could leave traces, maintaining the same way of acting in each of his attacks. On the wanted signs posted on the street, there was simply a black box printed on the paper, along with an offer of a reward for his capture. He even had bounty just for information about how did he look like. There was not even a rough drawing from any witnesses. No one knew how he looked like. It could be anyone. That was why it had been impossible to capture him. But here in this basement, it was everything that could give him away as the vigilante. All the human remains that he removed from his victims for his rituals were here. All enough evidence for Alastor to fall, irrefutably, before the law, and be condemned for it. I still don't know what's the first thing I'll do with the reward money, the woman said absently. In a single burst of fury, I mustered my remaining strength to grab the woman's ankle with one hand. She felt cold and stiff, but I didn't care. She jumped and turned to look at me, or so it seemed. The darkness of the place did not let me see her well. You can't, I said in voice hoarse. I dug my nails into her skin. I wanted to hurt that woman. I wanted to silence her. Stop taking photos, I exclaimed with my lips trembling. Oh, you woke up, she said, with contempt. I struggled to have the strength to hold her, but my fingers barely had a grip. Who are you? I demanded to know. Then, she lifted her other foot and sank her heel into my forearm. I let out a scream. I could feel how her intentions were for me to loosen my grip, but I refused to let go. I gritted my teeth, enduring this insidious torture. You weren't supposed to move, she grunted. She looked in the direction of the door. Hey, it's not working, she said. And suddenly she began to twist the tip of her heel hard on my forearm. If it wasn't for the fact that I had my coat on still, she would have ripped my flesh. I groaned loudly at the increased pain. I held on as long as I could, but eventually I lost what little strength I had in my hand and she broke free of my grasp. My arm burned and trembled, and my eyes stung with helpless tears. She tried to take a few steps out of my reach, but I didn't let her. Even with my arm sore, I smacked one of her feet and she lost her balance. She stumbled backwards and bumped into the bookshelf. Some jars wobbled on their place, but the one containing eyes in oil fell to the ground, shattering and splashing that woman's legs and shoes. Gross, she exclaimed in a panic. It also splashed on my coat, hand, and face. The glass shards of the jar flew in all directions, and the human eyes were scattered on the floor. The intense smell of the preservative, in such a small space, irritated my nose and throat. That woman gave a cry of fright, and I heard that she was retching. She moved as far away as she could from those human remains and from the liquid, and she looked at her leg. My shoes, she exclaimed. It stained my leg. Ugh! I wanted to stand up, but I couldn't. I felt like I had a huge weight on my back, that wouldn't let me get up. I struggled, but to no avail. What had she done to me? "Stupid girl!" She suddenly yelled at me. She then kicked me in the side with such force that she flipped me onto my back. I groaned out loud, and if I could have shrugged off in pain, I would have done it. Tears welled up in my eyes. I was afraid she might have broken my rib. Then, finally, I was able to look at her face. I was completely confused. What was she doing at Alastor's house? I had only met her once, but it was impossible to forget that blonde hair and that mouth too big for her face. It was Katie Killjoy, the awful reporter who had punched me in the face some time ago, and we'd had a hair-pulling and punching shtick at Mimsy's palace. I watched as she took one of the bottles of liquid from the shelf. Katie walked up to me and smiled at me. Her smile was unnatural and disturbing. But there was one detail that didn't go unnoticed. She was missing her upper left fang. "Happy to see me?" she said, leaning towards me. "Last time we had an inappropriate introduction, my dear." Katie uncorked the bottle and sniffed it. Then she brought it close to my face. From her mouthpiece came a powerful scent of herbs mixed with oil and water. "Katie Killjoy, sweetie," she said, mischievously, and she started pouring the contents of the bottle on my face. I moved my head from side to side, desperately, trying to avoid drowning. My body couldn't move, and I didn't have the strength to raise my arms to push her away from me. "A pleasure to see each other again," she said, contemptuously. "I must say that I remember you every day when I look in the mirror, since the day you loosened my fang, bitch." I was suffocating from the water that entered through my nose until it pooled in my throat. Trying to breathe through my mouth was not an option, and I kept my lips tight. I believed that I was going to die, but suddenly Katie pulled away from me. I turned my face and began to cough uncontrollably and spitting out all the water with oil that I could spit out, which I felt was burning me. I sucked in air in loud, strangled gasps, gasping as I coughed again. My tears came out and mixed with the liquid that soaked my face. I didn't want to die. After a few moments, I looked at Katie, my eyes misty. She was on the floor, and her entire coat had been soaked with the oil on the floor. She got up, with difficulty, and looked at her body. She saw in horror that some of the glass debris from the vial had embedded itself in her calves, causing her to bleed. She looked at me furiously. I kept spitting up water and coughing, trying to clear my airways. "What's wrong with you, you imbecile?" she exclaimed indignantly. But she wasn't looking at me when she said it. She was looking at someone who was in the direction of my feet and whom I couldn't see. Then, I heard it. That other person answered her, with a raspy voice that pierced my soul and completely paralyzed me, as if it was a voice of a being made of my worst nightmares, coming back to haunt me in flesh and blood. Someone whom I would never expect to hear in Alastor's house. My refuge for the last 2 years from him and the consequences of his actions. "Don't kill her," the voice said. I felt like I was going to have a panic attack, and the crying hit my throat, cutting off the little air I had accumulated. My cold hands trembled violently. I wanted to run away from there. I wanted to get away from that man desperately. "I didn't mean to kill her," Katie exclaimed. "You didn't have to get like that, you sick fuck. Now I have glass on my leg, because of you. You already overdid it with the blow to the head, you idiot," the man replied. "Are you trying to drown her out knowing how valuable she is?" I stifled a shriek, gritting my teeth hard. His voice was raspy, but that was the unmistakable voice of my uncle, Michael Magna. It couldn't be true. Not him. There was no way he could have found me. I had kept myself so busy for weeks that I had completely forgotten that he could still be in New Orleans. Almost 2 months ago, Sir Pentious had told us that he would be staying in town, and I hoped that he had died that night in the alley, after that battle with Alastor, because of his deteriorating health. But he was still alive. Before I came out of my stupor, a cloth was thrown over my head, leaving me unable to see anything. It was a sack that stank of dirty socks and damp. My situation was pathetic. I was paralyzed, completely drenched, breathing erratically and whimpering with fear in the gloom. Hearing my uncle's voice overwhelmed me somehow and left me completely stunned. as if each of the scars on my back claimed his name, and the uneasiness in my chest had taken my breath away. My head sent me non-stop signals to run away. I heard my uncle coughing hard. He sounded really sick. What was going to happen to me? Why did I have to run into him precisely when I already believed that I would never have the misfortune to find him again? Why, when I was already taking back control of my life? I already had plans. I had already found the person with whom I wanted to share my life with. I had already started the path to my dream. The impotence of not being able to move filled me with despair. I couldn't even snap my fingers. My fingers were stiff, frozen, and full of oil. Tears trickled down my sides. I felt miserable. I then heard Katie complain. "Shit," she snapped. "If I have to get stitches for these glasses, I'm going to kick your ass." "You hear me? Shut up, bitch," said my uncle, with contempt. "You accepted the conditions. You'll take your damn share of the reward and never see me again." My eyes widened in surprise. Alastor. Where was Alastor? I had to warn him about Katie. I had to take away the photographs she had taken. I couldn't stay crying like a cowardly girl. I had to control myself. The urgency of the situation warranted it. I tried to regulate my breathing while biting my lower lip, but it was quite difficult considering the situation. I had everything against me. I couldn't even move my hands. I wanted so badly to have a shadow like Alastor's so I could defend myself or send it as a messenger. But I was alone and in need for help. A few moments passed where I only heard the indecisive footsteps back and forth. My eyes were squeezed shut, trying to hold back the tears. I felt helpless and desperate. I didn't see a way out of all that. Suddenly, I felt the lightness in my body again. I moved my hand subtly to check. Yes, I could move again. I didn't know if it was me, but I didn't care. I devised something simple and quick. Uncover myself, throw the sack at Katie, and push my uncle to lock them in the room and be able to escape. I had already had a fight with Katie and she was injured in the leg, and my uncle must have been very weak to cough so powerfully. Neither of them could follow me in that state. I just had to clean my hand of the oil, but then I started to hear something. A melody of strings and a powerful female voice began to sing.
Der Hölle Rache kocht in meinem Herzen, Tod und Verzweiflung, flammet mich her.
I gathered courage and lifted the sack from my face. I jumped to my feet, fighting instincts on full blast. I stumbled, trying to find my balance. I looked around, expecting to see Katie off to the side, but I didn't see either of them. What's more, I wasn't even in the same room.
So bist du meine Tochter nimmermehr. So bist du meine Tochter nimmermehr. Oh, meine Tochter nimmermehr, oh.
The melody that filled the room came from a record player in the corner of the room. Within my desperate situation, I recognized it. She was the Queen of the Night, from Mozart's opera The Magic Flute. Had I passed out again after nearly drowning? Or had the vision of Alastor's ritual room been a dream? I couldn't hear anything but the crackling of the fireplace. I kept on guard. None of the pain that had afflicted me, until recently, I felt at this time. I didn't even feel my face or clothes wet. What was happening?
Zertrümmert sein auf ewig alle Bande der Natur, verstoßen, verlassen, zertrümmert alle Bande der Natur, oh.
Looking carefully, my heart skipped a beat when I recognized the place. It was my father's study, but it couldn't be true. I haven't been in this place in many years, and Alastor's house was considerably far from Magna Manor, but it all seemed too real to be a dream. Everything was just as I remembered it. Not daring to take a step, I just simply looked around, trying to find a logical explanation to all that. I couldn't understand if all this was real or if it was a cruel trick in my head. Everything was so palpable and solid. The gleaming mahogany-paneled walls were unmistakable. I looked at the two elegant one-section sofas, black leather, very well cared for. The beautiful crystal chandelier that hung above my head tinkled in the natural light of the room. The huge rug with intricate clover patterns remained the same. It was the rug where I used to play with dolls when I was a child, while my father organized the administrative papers. I looked at the bookshelves on the walls. They were still there, sleek and imposing. They reached from floor to ceiling and were packed with books in different sizes and languages that Dad had collected over the years, on the countless trips he had made around the world. Many of them had been gifts from the same clients with whom he closed deals for a considerable sum of cotton, and he kept them as another symbol of the good contacts he had. On the walls were a couple of landscape paintings of the coast of Italy and Spain, but a family painting stood out, where Mom, Dad, and I were. That picture had been painted when I was 12 years old, and my heart tightened when I saw our happy faces. I could see my childhood happiness, to live without more worries than being a good girl and enjoying my games. I tore my eyes from the painting, wincing.
Hört, hört, hört. Rachegötter, hört der Mutterschwur.
I looked at the record player again and it stopped. It was on a piece of furniture that had a collection of vinyl records, with classical music chosen by my father. I looked at the big windows. They had the white curtains open. In silence, I could hear the birds singing. The landscape overlooked the west wing of the courtyard, where Dad had asked for canna lucifer flowers to be planted, and in the spring it was a spectacle of red and butterflies. He said they were his favorites because of their color, but Mom told me it was because he actually liked to share the name with the flower. I looked over the large polished marble fireplacelet, and above it I saw a deer's head, a lion's head, and a bear's head hanging on the wall like hunting trophies. The lion and the bear had been birthday gifts for my dad from his colleagues. But looking at the deer, I had a fleeting epiphany. He had seen that level of detail on a daily basis for the past 2 years. And after Alastor confirmed it to me, there was no doubt that this animal had been treated by his expert hand as a taxidermist for the Magna family. Everything seemed to have not changed over the years. But there was something in my head that told me that something did not fit me in my father's study. I turned on my heel and saw, in the center of the room, my father's imposing desk, brought directly from France. Made of dark brown wood, with elaborate hand-carved details, with its majestic red padded chair. I looked at the surface of the desk and saw in surprise that there was a small goat, with white fur, tied by the legs, by a firm rope. I felt compassion for that creature that looked at me, expectant and fearful. My first impulse was to try to rescue it, but I stopped on the spot. No, I had to worry about running away, or to wake up from whatever this place was. Then I heard the door behind me open. I immediately tensed. Someone had entered the room and closed the door behind them. My fighting instinct was at its limit. I would attack whoever was there with everything I had. Hello, little apple pie. I listened behind my back. A horrible chill shook my body, and I felt my soul sink to my feet, recognizing that voice. All the courage I had mustered was gone in a second, leaving icy, paralyzing fear in its place. He was there. My breathing started to get out of control. I felt a kind of childish terror, listening to his implacable voice, squeezing my chest. I was cornered like a child about to be scolded for a prank that got out of hand. Slowly, I turned around, and then I was face to face with Michael Magna. He was just as I remembered him from years ago, of those glory times in Magna Manor, neat and without a speck of hair on his suit. His pale grayish skin, with his freckles populating his cheeks in abundance, and his powerful purple bags under his eyes standing out on his face, giving him the permanent image of someone in recovery. There wasn't a single hair on his outlined chin that clashed with his stiffly square sideburns. His long blonde hair shone in the natural light of the room, retaining that graceful swoop down his back, which had made Dad annoyed on more than one occasion, at the length of it. His thinness and large bearing stood out in the room. He was even taller than Alastor, and his dark eyes, tired and apathetic, held that eternal expression of weariness and boredom. But above all, I could tell that his health looked better than I expected. It was out of tune with the image that Alastor had described to me of his encounter with him weeks before. He stood still for a few moments, looking at me expectantly. I just watched him, as if in a trance. I felt 12 years old again, standing in front of him. My body was completely tense, and I was holding my breath. I felt a deep rejection towards him. I wanted to hit him. I wanted to yell at him at everything that I had in store against him. I wanted to hurt him. And at the same time, I wanted to run away. But I did not dare to do anything. My legs were shaking. Okay, he tried to say. It's been a while since we've seen each other, hasn't it? My uncle clapped his hands in the air and rubbed his hands restlessly. He looked very nervous. He stared at me for a few moments. Kind of awkward, right? He said, with a frown and a tight smile. I was paralyzed. I did not know what to do. You look a bit pale, he said. Perhaps you are cold. Then he strode over to the fireplace behind my father's desk. I turned, not to lose track of him, and I saw him throw a couple of logs into the fire. The flames flared a little, but I didn't feel the heat. To be honest, I thought my mind was completely disconnected from my senses. Better, better, he whispered, nodding several times. Then, he took a few tremulous steps towards me, until we were face to face. He considered what he was going to do for a moment, and then he gave me an unsure hug, not quite bringing his body closer to mine, just barely resting his fingers on my back and leaning in a bit. I'm glad I found you, little apple pie, he whispered, patting me on the back. I was completely bewildered and horrified. I felt a disgusted twist in my stomach at his touch. My uncle was hugging me, the same wretch who had locked me in Magna Manor for years, and had handed me over to some angry workers, long ago, to save himself along with his wife, was hugging me. He pulled away from me and rubbed my arms, roughly and awkwardly. Everything's fine, he said with a nervous smile. He surveyed my face and took a quick look at my body. I see you. Quite healthy, he added thoughtfully. Then he looked at my left hand, took it for a few moments, and after looking at my fingers, he smiled at me more widely. I thought if I found you alive you would have gotten married by now, he said, with relief. But I see there is no ring yet. Good, good, very well. He patted me on the shoulder a couple of times with his heavy hand, and stepped back. I screwed up my face, completely confused and outraged. I had to shake my head. It was a surreal and completely ridiculous situation. It made more sense to believe that Fat Nuggets would run into the room and start talking to me, wearing a tutu. All this seemed like a ridiculous and cruel dream. Was my uncle happy to see me? And why was he talking to me as if he had been worried about me? That couldn't be true. He approached a small table, next to the window, with a bottle of whiskey and several glasses with the initials L and M engraved on them. He poured some of the liquid into one of the glasses and drank from it. It was my chance to escape. I wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was turning his back on me so that I can reach the door. I took a few steps towards it, but immediately both leather sofas moved on their own, blocking the door. I got surprised that it made me step back. I turned to Michael again, only to see him with one hand in the air. Oh, he said, with a disappointed tone. Leaving so soon? Don't you want to chat for a bit? He used magic. He really used magic, Alastor had told me, but I had never seen him use it. I felt that fear, knowing I was cornered, was beginning to turn into absolute panic. I don't recommend you try it, he told me sternly. He downed all the liquid in the glass in one gulp and turned to me with ease. I'm in a very good mood, he suddenly said with spirit, and he put the glass back in its place. I have come across some good news. The truth is, I was worried that it was too late. He walked over to Dad's desk and rested a hand on the surface. He smiled broadly and looked at me with a smile of relief and pride. This whole situation was reaching new levels of irrationality. My first thought was that this was nothing more than a crazy dream that was gaining on me. But it looks like I managed to make it in time, he concluded happily, clapping once more. The curiosity to know what it was all about allowed me to wake up from my initial impression. What are you talking about? I said with my voice trembling. He looked at me with his eyes wide, and his eyebrows raised very high. He put his hands in his pants pockets and whistled. What everyone is talking about right now, little apple pie, he said simply. That's why I invited you to my study. That comment made me frown. "This is my father's study," I countered. "Oh," he said, panning the room. Then he looked at me arrogantly. "Well, I don't see him around here," he said. "Or maybe you do." And he smiled at me, as if the possibility were unlikely. The pain of how my parents desecrated my death and died for me began to bubble in my chest. I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth angrily, but he didn't seem to care about my reaction, or the fact that he was talking about his late younger brother. "I used this office ever since your father left us," he continued with an air of superiority. "I used this chair and desk for years. So this is officially mine." He went to the back of the desk and opened a drawer. From there, he took out a cigar box. He cut off the tip of one of them, then he put it in between his teeth. Calmly, he took a silver lighter from the same drawer and lit the cigar with its fire. He took a deep breath and blew smoke out of his nose. The entire room reeked of tobacco. He released a long sigh. I looked at him expectantly. "I heard you're with the taxidermist who worked for my brother," he said suddenly. My body jerked in panic. He seemed pleased to see how nervous he had made me. "I saw it on the front page of today's paper," he continued with the cigar between his fingers. "A photo despite the darkness." And he smiled at me, satisfied. "I have to thank whoever wrote that article. It was vital to be able to find you. Damn Tom Trench. Damn newspaper. Damn me for not being more careful with journalists who might have been free from Alastor's spell. I hadn't even considered that my uncle might find out about me from the news. I had not thought about the consequences of my media life. I had been focusing on my rehearsals and performances for the past few weeks. And being part of the show, I believed that by omitting my real name and having short hair, I was safe from anyone who was able to recognize me. I was too careless. "With Alastor LeBlance," he said, not holding back a snigger, "with my brother's weird taxidermist." "Seriously? I didn't think you liked more mature men, little apple pie." At the mention of Alastor, I managed to get over it. "My personal life is none of your business," I said defiantly. He raised an eyebrow, amused. "But of course it is," he said. "If a member of the Magna were to mix with riffraff that is not of our category, it would be a great shame for the family." "You say I'm an embarrassment to the family?" I muttered furiously. "There's no doubt," he said haughtily. My initial fear was quickly turning to anger. That guy had appeared out of nowhere to criticize my decisions. Decisions I had made trapped by circumstances he had forced me to endure. He toyed with the cigar between his fingers. "I heard that you were working all this time for him as a servant," he said. "What's with that?" I claimed. "Oh, nothing," she said, nonchalantly. "I guess of all the ways to avoid starvation, it was one of the least dishonorable." He snorted through his nose. "And I also heard you've been intimate with LeBlance out of wedlock for a while." He put a hand to his forehead and shook his head disapprovingly. "And the whole town found out," he said, suddenly, with a dramatic tone. "What would your father think of your reprehensible behavior, knowing how important the marriage of his only heir was to him?" I had serious problems digesting everything Michael had just told me. The situation was ridiculous. Was he berating me for my actions? Was he saying that I had led an immoral lifestyle? Was it a fucking joke in bad taste? He walked to the front of the desk and sat on the top. "But I can't say I'm surprised," he continued, nonchalantly. "After all, hysteria and lewd behavior have always accompanied women since the beginning of time. They don't miss an opportunity to tangle with a man, wealthy enough, who can support them and not starve in poverty. It's so typical of you." He tapped the cigar with a finger, so that the accumulated ashes would fall on the carpet. He looked at me, like I was a basket case, before continuing. "Although, to be honest, I was hoping you would try a little harder to control your lust, since you come from a well-mannered family. I pity the lack of criteria in your lifestyle, little apple pie." I could not believe it. He really had the audacity to look at me in the eye to reprimand me, as if he had the right to do so. Every word increased my contempt for him. That he pitied me and the path I had taken. Was it some kind of sadistic joke? I watched him carefully. His earlier stance of relief at seeing me alive was tarnished completely. The reality was that he hadn't changed at all, always shying away from his own faults and pointing to other people's mistakes, being unable to see his own mistakes. All my adolescence I had lived constantly intimidated by what he considered reprehensible in me. The times he stressed to me that I should obey and focus on my classes, because those were my father's wishes, always making me feel miserable and that I wasn't enough. And I made a point of pleasing him and my Aunt Magda, trying to be worthy of the affection of my uncle and aunt and making an effort in my studies. I tried to disturb as little as possible and obey every order, without saying a word, but I only received scorn from them for years, no matter how hard I tried to be a good girl, and I hardly objected to a mandate. But when it happened, they always placated my arguments by indicating that it was not my duty to think, only to obey, that they were right and I was wrong, and whatever my uncle chose for me was law at Magna Manor. And at that moment, he was trying again, expecting that I felt guilty for what I had done and wanted to do, trying to impose himself as a moral compass and judge before me, looking at me as if I was a girl who knew nothing about life, as if I had to lower my head and pay him obedience, as if what he thought of me was of vital importance. But he wasn't going to make it. I raised my head and looked at him defiantly. "You're just a huge piece of shit," I snapped. Shh, he said, raising a conciliatory hand. "Little apple pie, you don't have to use indecent words with your uncle. The only reason I ran into Alastor was because you left me behind when we fled to the ship," I snapped furiously. "Alastor was the one who rescued me from the men who you gave me to save yourself and your wife. And do you think you can come and tell me what things I have not done well, when never in your life were you interested in what I wanted?" He sighed, as he stubbed out the cigar on the sole of his shoe. He put the cigar in his pocket, then looked at me smugly. "Perhaps LeBlance helped you when the opportunity presented itself," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "But did I send you to have a scandalous affair with an engaged man?" He shook his head, pursing his lips nonchalantly. "No," he concluded. He raised his hands, indicating that he was innocent. "It was you who decided to do things according to your best judgment. And you see the consequences when a woman thinks and believes she has options. A disaster." He stood up and put his hands in his pockets. "You chose poorly and you were wrong," he said. "It is not bad to accept when one is wrong. And, in this case, it is you who are on the front page of today's newspaper, in a scandal. You ridiculed yourself, Charlotte. I had nothing to do with it." I slowly shook my head, shocked. If I ever had the slightest hope that he had felt a little guilt in his soul for leaving me behind, it was gone, completely. He didn't seem to have the slightest bit of regret in his words. Empathy was a totally alien feeling for him, and it had always been that way. An unbearable and despicable person. "I knew of your eccentric tastes, Charlotte," he continued, undeterred. "But LeBlance is on another level. That's none of your business." I refuted firmly. "I chose it, and I'm not going to let you pass judgment on my relationship or my love for him." I stepped forward with my jaw and fists clenched. "You have no right to give an opinion on what is convenient for me and what is not, Michael," I concluded. "You sound just like Lucy when you argue." "Little apple pie," he said, wrinkling his nose. "Stop calling me that," I demanded. "Only my father can call me that." He shook his head while he clicked his tongue disapprovingly. "Looks like LeBlance has lectured you on your good manners," he said. Although it always seemed to me that he had the manners of an old-fashioned gentleman, I thought that, as his servant, you would have learned something about how a young lady should behave. I narrowed my eyes. Regardless of the dismissive comment, there was something in his confident tone that was giving me a bad feeling. "How much do you know about Alastor?" I asked him suspiciously. "Enough," he said simply. "A radio host and spare-time taxidermy enthusiast. Years ago he met Lucy and started working on the repairs to the animals you destroyed." He put his hand on his chin, pretending to concentrate on remembering something. "There was something else," he said. "Yes, there was something about him that was important." "What was it? What was it?" "Oh, idiot of me. He bestows honorary titles. I looked at him, confused. Yes, he exclaimed, with false joy. He gave it to me when we met in an alley about a month ago. Perhaps I should introduce myself with my new title properly. He bowed his head and said, with false solemnity, "Good evening. My name is Michael Alexander Magna, head of the Magna family and the only known survivor of the clutches of the vigilante." "My pleasure." I pressed my hands to my mouth to stifle a cry of horror. "Maybe it's a bit long," he said thoughtfully. "Don't you think so, little apple pie?" I looked at him, terrified. It was true. Michael Magna had been the only one who had ever escaped death at the hands of the vigilante, the only one who knew who he was, where he lived and what face he had. Michael was the only one who could hand him over to the police and testify to sentence him to the electric chair or to death by firing squad. I ran my hands over my face, nervously, at the terrible prospect. No, it can't be," I whispered, scared. "Oh yeah," he said, disapprovingly. That night he was very impolite to attack me. He made himself known to me, despite wearing a mask, and I couldn't remember where I had heard his voice, until I recognized him in today's newspaper, in the cover photo. It's hard to forget that creepy smile. He smiled at me proudly. "And, well, what a surprise I got," he continued cheerfully. "It turned out that he was with you in a relationship. And precisely, I was also looking for you since I arrived in New Orleans. Don't you love it when everything aligns in your favor?" I started to feel my head spinning. I looked around the room again, desperately. I wished that all this was nothing more than a nightmare. What was real? What had been that from before? Why did I have to meet him? Where I was? I wrung my trembling hands. I prayed with all my soul that all this was nothing more than a cruel trick in my head. I wanted to send a prayer to the highest, even knowing that it would be despised. I implored someone to know where I was. I wished Alastor knew where I was. I even wished to be the one who knew where I was. Nobody was looking for me. Michael wanted to capture Alastor, and I was sure that he wanted to collect the reward. But there was something wrong with his explanation. If it was just about requesting the reward, why wait so long? A very generous financial remuneration was also given to anyone who had a real clue to the face of the vigilante. He could have gone directly to the police station the same night they fought, to verify injuries and reveal Alastor's face in a spoken portrait. Even if he didn't remember his name or where he had seen him, that was invaluable information for the police. And Alastor's face would have been in every newspaper in the country, with a big wanted on the front page. Michael Magna definitely had something else on his hands. Then, Michael started coughing, and he pulled me out of my ramblings. He coughed a few more times, more violently, and took a few moments to clear his throat. He wiped a handkerchief over his mouth and put it back in his pocket quickly. "Blasted cough," he whispered back, annoyed, his voice hoarse. Then he turned and smiled at me, with a feigning sympathy look. "Oh, little apple pie," he said, with a gesture of compassion. "Still not out of your surprise? Did it disappoint you to know the truth? Poor little girl. Surely you saw him as someone irreproachable, right? I'm glad it didn't go any further as for you to get married." Again mentioning marriage, I looked at him suspiciously. I doubted he was worried that I had married a murderer. Everything that came from Michael made me doubt the sincerity of his intentions. And that facade of understanding and empathy that he had did not fool me at all. I inhaled and exhaled through my nose. It was better for him to think that he still had the upper hand and for me to pretend that my reaction had been a pawn from hearing the news. And I evoked all my faith in the spell of silence that I still had. "Did you never suspect that he was the vigilante?" he asked me. "No," I said, looking at him. "I never imagined it. Although he had a basement room that he wouldn't let me in, but he had always been an exemplary citizen." The life flowed naturally once more, and he smiled brightly. "You really didn't know?" he said, raising an eyebrow. "I didn't know," I said, surely. He was staring at me in silence. I was getting nervous, but I trusted the effectiveness of the silence spell. "Well, nothing to worry about, little apple pie," he said at last. I promise you that we will turn him to the true justice, and you will no longer have to worry about dealing with him. You will be able to peacefully continue your life when he's imprisoned." "I see," I said. He looked at the trophy deer and frowned. "The truth is that I should have expected his life to take a course like that," he said suddenly. "The guy has always been weird." He waved his hand and the deer's head fell off the wall. One of the horns broke in half and the animal's snout was flattened by the fall. I watched him nervously, and then I looked at Michael again. I ran into LeBlanc's several times when working on restorations of Lucy's trophies. He said he was just a skinny, creepy little kid who smiled all the time, and he had a thing for animal carcasses. Frankly, I was surprised to learn that he was interested in a living woman. Or almost. He looked at me for a few moments before chuckling. I even came to think that he used the dead animals that he prepared in his workshop to satisfy himself. He chuckled at his own comment. I tried to resist my urge to jump on him or to slap him. He placed a hand on his chin and considered his next words. "Come to think of it, his house was always pretty far from the city," he commented. "I can't imagine what things he forced you to do while you were his servant. Perhaps you fell in love with him because you liked being seduced." He began to laugh sardonically. He laughed outrageous at something so nauseating that it made me jump to Alastor's defense. "Only you would come up with such sick ideas," I said, furious. Alastor was always respectful to me and he never forced me to do anything, even when he had a chance, because he was my boss and he was much stronger than me. He abruptly stopped laughing. He never took advantage of his position to abuse a maid, I concluded. He was always a gentleman to me, and everything I did with him was always with my consent. He snorted with a confused smile. "What?" he said. "Do you defend him despite knowing that he is the vigilante? He is nothing more but a bloody murderer, Charlotte. He almost killed me once. And surely, he thought to kill you too, while you were working for him. The guy is pretty unstable." That I couldn't deny. Alastor had indeed thought of killing me at first, but then he had retracted from considering it some time later, and he had begun to be the vigilante to protect my integrity. Furthermore, Alastor was much more than a murderer. He was really charming, intelligent, and a funny man who knew how to win my wounded heart and who had empowered me to bring out the best and the worst in myself. "But I'm still alive," I refuted firmly. "If he ever thought of killing me, he would regret it. He never unleashed any violent outburst on me, nor did he molest me. Alastor was a murderer, it was true, but he had started doing it for me. He had dressed as the vigilante to take responsibility for his actions. Every murder he committed was for me. He wanted to defend me from the cruel fate to which he had condemned me. And unlike Michael, Alastor had felt the guilt for having wanted to get rid of me to such a level that he was on the task of eliminating the criminals of the city so that I would stay alive. That was the only motivation of the vigilante. Kill the wicked so that I could live." I looked at Michael accusingly. "He is not like you, Michael," I said firmly. "You had abused the workers for the Magna Manor for years." His smile disappeared completely, and he frowned at me. "I found out everything," I sentenced. "I know about your criminal history at the manor. I know you evaded the police with who knows what tricks, and they couldn't catch you." I raised my face with dignity. "You are nobody to judge Alastor's actions," I continued. "Alastor is in charge of finding and putting an end to the worst criminals who continued to stalk the city and remained unpunished. The people respect him and are grateful that the bandits have been executed. The families of the victims of those criminals feel that they can get some peace. All thanks to the help of Alastor." I was breathing heavily through my nose. "But instead, you dedicated yourself to abusing women who couldn't do or say anything against you, and who needed the job. You always passed yourself off as someone blameless, and as someone who could not be reproached for anything. But you are nothing more than a wretch who took advantage of the less fortunate, for his own convenience." "How touching," he said in a mocking tone. "You sound like a deluded little girl in love." "You're not up to Alastor's heels, you piece of shit," I added. He looked at me for a few moments before giving me a mischievous smile. You slept with him a few times, and you already think he is the best man in the world. It was to be expected that you would become so infatuated with the first guy who treated you well, after being locked up in the manor for so long. He looked at me with one eyebrow raised. The most fickle women cling to the first man who speaks nicely to them, and they forgive him for everything so they would not lose him. They act like females in heat, without dignity. Frankly, not much can be expected from you, if the race is the bad one. My hands were shaking with rage. I wanted to snap my fingers, slam that bastard against the walls, hurt him enough to be able to run away. But my hands felt very slippery with sweat, and I didn't want to create an unnecessary confrontation. I had the losing side. There was no exit nearby, and all I could do was wait for a chance. I inhaled and exhaled, trying to calm down. "This is your father's fault," he said suddenly and seriously. He let LeBlance get too close. Michael looked at the family painting on the wall and fixed his gaze on the face of his younger brother in oil. After working together on repairs for a while, my brother had no problem starting to tell LeBlance about family magic. It seems that LeBlance was also a magician in the making. He frowned at something that came to his head. "I guess it was inevitable that you two would get to know each other if he kept frequenting the manor," he said sternly. "I always warned Lucy that he would bring us trouble if he let him get that close to the family heirloom. But he ignored me." He wiped a hand over his face and sighed in exasperation. "I wish I had never burned that damn doll," he whispered, more to himself than to me. "This would have prevented all of this." Michael was talking about Little Devil, my dear doll that he had cruelly thrown into the fire when I was a child. He looked at me askance and snorted, annoyed. "If I think about it, your father and LeBlance were just as weird," he continued. "So I'm sure Lucy would have gladly approved of your relationship with that bastard. After all, weirdos understand each other." He laughed again, with his own phrase. I stared at him, with intense, feeling how the growing rejection of him made my nails dig into my palms. I was sick of so much detour. All that talk was a complete waste of time. He strutted around like someone untouchable, and that attitude had worn me out. "What the fuck do you want from me?" I snapped, out loud. His smile fell immediately and he glanced at me sideways. "I don't think you've been looking for me just to come to laugh about my relationship with Alastor," I continued, emboldened by my anger. "Nor to warn me that he is the vigilante. Tell me, now, what are you looking for?" It was then that he heaved a heavy sigh. "How observant," he said, bored. He went to the back of the desk again, and from another drawer he pulled out a black leather folder, with a heap of old yellowed pages sticking out of it. "Certainly, I've been looking for something for a long time," he said. I knew that folder. I looked at him expectantly and he returned a confident smile. "Do you know what this is?" he said. I shook my head nervously. "Your heritage," he explained. "And soon it will be mine." Fear at his words put me on guard, but I couldn't let him see me helpless, and I spoke with more courage than I felt. "Is that a threat?" I said, frowning. "You plan to get rid of me, don't you?" He chuckled, scoffing. "Oh, we don't have to go to those lengths, little apple pie," he said calmly. "There are other ways that I can keep this, and there is a solution, so that way, we both never have to see each other's faces again." I looked at him expectantly. "These are sheets of papers from a grimoire," he explained. "Part of the missing pages, to tell the truth. It is a compilation of powerful spells, after much necromantic research. The Magna family has had it in their custody for generations, and it passes into the hands of the firstborn. But, of course, in the condition you are in, you still cannot receive it." I frowned. "And why not?" I demanded. "Your father passed away and left the grimoire as part of your inheritance," he said simply. "You are his firstborn and it belongs to you, for being the next in the bloodline. But he put a condition in his will for you to be the rightful owner. So technically, it doesn't quite belong to you yet." I thought of my father's will. Whenever I had a chance, I would ask the lawyer to show it to me for a few moments. I would read it several times. I was delighted by the words written by my father, from his own handwriting, which contained his last wishes in his lifetime. "Dad never told me about a family grimoire," I said. "But he taught you Latin." didn't he? He said simply. Surely he didn't want you to be craving for a magic book. Being the spoiled child that you were, you would have bummed yourself out to learn how to use magic. My uncle leaned on the edge of the desk and began to look at the pages inside the folder. His satisfied face was uncomfortable to watch. Magnificent, he whispered to himself, but not taking his eyes off the documents. Do you even understand what is there? I said defensively. I do not, he said. The truth is that I'm very bad at Latin. I couldn't help but snort. And do you think I'm going to act as a translator? I said, indignantly. Nothing is further from reality, he said. Reading Latin is rare, but not impossible. If you don't want to help me with that, I'll find someone else. The spell I cast years ago is still working, and with the grimoire on my side, I won't need it anymore. What kind of spell have you been using? You don't have to know, he said sternly, but it must be renewed every so often, and it requires some conditions that I can no longer meet like before. What kind of conditions do you need to cast that spell? I said, narrowing my eyes. No need to go into details, he said, waving a hand. The thing is, I've been trying to contact you for weeks, but I couldn't find out where you were. A strong presence of other wraiths clouded my tracking spell. I just knew you were still alive. During the day it was impossible to reach you, so I tried to draw you from wherever you were after daytime, at the most vulnerable time of the night. He straightened up completely and raised an eyebrow at me. Didn't it seem strange to you that you suddenly started sleepwalking, little apple pie? He said. My eyes widened in surprise. It couldn't be true. Were you the one who made me sleepwalk? I said, confused. But, it was really frustrating, he said, massaging his temples. I tried every night since I came to town, but only twice did I achieve a satisfactory connection, enough to get you up. And after the second try, I couldn't be able to meet you anymore. I didn't know why I couldn't even tell if you were alive anymore to try to attract you. Your presence had disappeared, and I assumed you had died. My head felt numb. It had been Michael who I heard in my dreams calling me. That's why I walked towards the exit of the house, in an inexplicable sleepwalking. He ordered me to get to him, until it made sense to me. This morning, when I learned you were with LeBlance, he had cast a spell with an element of yours, to protect you from spells that could affect you, he said. The doll. Since Alastor made the doll of me and dipped it in salt, I hadn't had a new case of sleepwalking. I had thought it was the wraiths who were soliciting me, but thinking about it carefully, there was no point in asking me to leave the house, and I suspected that it was the ghosts themselves who kept me from walking away. It was overwhelming to learn that there were battles for my life while I lay in bed. But at least you're here now, he said, satisfied. He continued chatting leisurely. The panic of knowing I was with a man like Michael Magna began to invade me again, but I saw no possible way out. He kept his eyes on me, like a lion on a prey. The windows were closed and the door was blocked by two sofas. I had no way to get out without giving him a chance to grab me from a distance. His voice snapped me out of my ramblings. When I noticed that the grimoire was incomplete, it was too late. I was already in France, he said, in a grim tone. I always needed only one spell and it was working fine for me, until the demands of maintaining that spell overwhelmed me. He began pacing the room with his eyes unfocused. He seemed to be talking more to himself than to me, and when I went to check to see if there was anything about the spell I hadn't seen, I realized that page was missing, along with others. I couldn't believe it. I traveled with Magda here on the boat. We barely had the opportunity and... He stopped dead. Magda, he whispered. He looked around his surroundings, as if searching for something. He put a hand to his mouth and opened his eyes, startled. Magda, Magda, it was your fault, Magda. I asked you to help me. I would throw the corpse into the sea during the night. It was so simple. You left me no choice. That's why I had to. It was your fault, Magda. Lucy. He passed his hand over his eyes and began to sob. I was shocked. Michael Magna was completely unhinged. He whimpered a couple of times and looked up at me. He looked me up and down, as if he was seeing me for the first time. He rubbed his fists over his eyes and cleared his throat. He took the black folder and held it up for me to take a good look at it, with a satisfied smile. "Finally, I got it," he said excitedly. "I have the pages that were needed. I spent years waiting to have them all in my possession." I looked at him scared and shocked. I couldn't believe it. My uncle had always seemed horrible to me, but within his sanity. Now I could tell how damaged he could be mentally. The man was completely dangerous. And, above all, I doubted about the veracity of his intentions. I swallowed hard and exhaled to control the tone of my voice. "If you say that this is my heritage and you don't intend to kill me," I demanded to know from him, "how do you plan to make it yours without getting me out of your way?" Michael seemed to recover the notion of what he was doing, and he looked at me with displeasure for a few moments before answering. "You remind me so much of Lilith, Charlotte," he said, narrowing his eyes. "Too bold to be a woman, but clearly you didn't inherit intelligence from her. Neither does her presence." He approached me until we were face to face. His recent tears were still bright in his eyes. "You are so, unfortunately, unlike her," he said while looking at me disapprovingly. "Lilith had elegance and class. She even had the strength to endure a pregnancy from a member of the Magna family. After several failed attempts." He looked at me, as if studying my body with his eyes. "But I doubt you can reach that level. You wouldn't be useful enough for breeding," he spat. "What are you talking about?" I said, confused. "Do you know if anyone else in the family had siblings besides your father?" he asked. I frowned, and had to force myself to remember if my father mentioned having an uncle or an aunt, or some cousin with the last name Magna, but there was nothing. I thought of the tombs in the mausoleum. They were really few for such a rich family lineage. Only my 2 grandparents and my 2 great-grandparents. No cousins, uncles or aunts. Only unique couples who left a single heir each time, except only for my father and my uncle. "No," I said. "The Magna have always been only children, Charlotte," he explained. "It could be called a family curse. Even the completely healthy wives and husbands of the firstborn of the surname had problems having children, as if God tried to conspire against us, wishing the extermination of the offspring that has the power of the grimoire in their hands. There would only be a few people of the Magna family." He stroked the surface of the black folder. "That's why it was quite an event that my father had 2 children. Surely, you would have the same problem as every woman who bears the last name Magna." He leaned towards me. His breath reeked of blood, combined with the cigar he had smoked. "But, given the strange circumstances that keep you still alive, I highly doubt you'll even be able to conceive," he said, without losing his smile. "Your insides must have stayed dead just like you." Suddenly, he put a hand on my belly and patted it. I jumped in surprise and slapped him. I took several steps back, looking at him with disgust. "Don't you dare touch me," I exclaimed. He smiled at me haughtily. "You don't want me to touch you?" he said, incredulous. "You were locked up in the manor for so many years, little apple pie. Do you think I wouldn't have tried to do something to you much earlier?" My stomach lurched in horror at the prospect. Imagining myself as one of the many victims of my uncle's deviations was terrifying. "Believe me, having a young girl around is always tempting," he said simply. "Your parents weren't around, and it was only enough to give the order that nobody will approach your room. And I would have been free to do whatever I wanted and as often as I wanted with Charlotte Magna." He wrinkled his nose and looked at me contemptuously. "I would have, if it weren't for the fact that just looking at you makes me sick," he sentenced. "I don't even know what the fuck you are, little apple pie." "I disgust you, you say?" I said, offended. "Your parents came up with the ridiculous idea of reviving their daughter," he said, reproachfully. "You went to India as my niece, but you came back as something different. As a creature that I can describe as a living being. You are the closest thing to a zombie, a cursed creature that should not remain among the living." It was the first time in many years that Michael called me that. One thing, a non-human being, a cursed creature. Charlotte Magna ceased to exist the day I received the letter from the lawyer informing me of her death. They asked me to take care of the preparations. They would cremate you in India and put you in an urn for the long boat ride. They told me that it would go directly to the cemetery to do the burial. I had left everything ready for burial. Your grave mark was ready. People waited for them with countless flowers and wreaths with their condolences. They were all dressed in black garments, crying for the departure of little Charlotte. Friends, associates, and servants of the Magna family. He sighed, exasperated. But surprisingly enough, when they arrived at the cemetery, they saw that the girl was alive, he said, annoyed. People were happy to see the girl safe and sound. And Lucy took it upon himself to say that it had all been a mistake, and that Charlotte had never died. But I wasn't fooled. The lawyer had been explicit in his specifications. And after several arguments with my brother, I managed to get him to confess that you had been revived. Alastor had already told me about the stuff that my uncle was talking about to me right now, but for Michael to confirm to me about what had happened was devastating to me. I remembered arriving at the cemetery as a child and seeing everyone I knew, crying with joy at seeing me. I just thought they had missed me a lot. And my dad said that everyone had brought me nice welcoming flowers. But that memory had clearly been clouded by my childhood innocence, and not knowing the real context of that whole meeting. Everyone was happy to have you back, he said. But I knew you did not belong among the living. You, Charlotte Magna, are something unnatural, in the wrong place. And he pointed an accusing finger at me. You are only here because of the desire that Lucy and Lilith had to keep a corpse that they said was their daughter, Michael said. And the only reason I kept you well taken care of after their death was because of the stupid conditions that my brother put in his will. If anything happened to you, the entire fortune would go to charity. He left you well protected. And he sighed, resignedly. I was half listening. I was short of breath. I felt like my head was going to explode from so much information. I couldn't have children. My family and all offspring was cursed, and I didn't even know if I was a human anymore. It's a relief that you can't conceive, he said. At least there will be no need to worry that there is another like you in this world. Michael Magna went to the desk and looked at the little goat tied up in the center. For the first time, he seemed to notice it. He gave it a disgusted look before looking back at me. My mother had 5 abortions before Lucy and I were born, he said suddenly. We were both born after my parents were over 40 years old. It was a great celebration that they gave birth to healthy boys. Twins, such as us, had not been seen in the entire generations in the Magna family. But, you see, your father and I did not agree on many things. We were separated in the womb, every man for himself, each one doing what seemed best to him with his life and his choices. He looked back at the family picture of the Magnas. I always thought that Lucy came at the last minute. As if it hadn't been planned for him to arrive. He was always shorter than most, but he certainly had some qualities of befitting a leader, even though he was born 15 minutes after I was born. And he started stealing from me ever since. I looked at him indignantly. My father never stole anything from you, I said with a trembling voice. He earned everything he had. It is you who should be grateful to him for keeping you around for so long. Suddenly, he slapped me so hard that I hit the floor. Shut up, he exclaimed, furious. The pain in my face throbbed. I heard Michael's heavy breathing echoing in the room. My eyes were filled with tears and I looked at him with contempt. You know nothing, he screamed beside himself. If he had not existed, I would not have had all the physical deficiencies that I had for him to be born. He stole my health. All my life I was subjected to medical treatment because I was not strong enough. The doctors said that in the formation of both, I came out disadvantaged of the family business. My father thought that Lucy was better at running the cotton business, because he didn't get sick every month like me. I lost my inheritance for being the firstborn. Lucy inherited the grimoire, even though I was born before him, because he would be more responsible. According to my stupid father, I could have married Lilith and not your insipid aunt, who was unable to give me a single heir. Lucy has always been a parasite who took all the goods that was due to me in my life. Michael's words were full of pain and frustration. It seemed that all the hatred that he accumulated for so many years was making him vomit all his anger on me. My uncle hated my father, and I had never understood why. Suddenly, he began to cough again, very hard, to the point where he hunched over almost completely. He was coughing violently, and I saw how the hand that was covering his mouth was dripping blood between the fingers. I jumped to my feet. It was my chance. I tried to reach the sofas to move them from the door, but I couldn't even touch them. Michael tugged on my arm, still coughing, and blood was pouring out of his mouth. I tried to free myself by slapping him. "Let me go!" I exclaimed, disgusted. "You're not going anywhere." He grunted. He tossed me aside and I fell back to the ground. Then, from inside his coat, he took out a huge dagger and held it out to me. I thought he had lost his mind. "Come and kill that goat," he ordered. "What did you say?" I said, puzzled. He took a couple of strides to the desk, but he grabbed the young goat roughly and threw it to the floor. The animal made no sound of complaint. It just stared into space. "It's a sacrifice," he told me with his voice hoarse. "You are the rightful owner of the grimoire, but I swear to you that if you do this for me, you won't see me anymore." The sound of a woman's distant scream reached my ears, but Michael just stood still in silence, holding out the weapon to me. I looked at the knife, then at him, and finally at the little goat tied up next to me. I didn't know whether to believe him or not. I just wanted to run away from that maniac. "No," I said, with disgust. "I'm not going to help you, you sick bastard." Then someone started banging on the door from outside, hard. "Hell!" I tried to scream, but Michael silenced me by putting a hand over my mouth. "Silence or I'll kill you," he hissed maniacally and spitting drops of blood onto my face. I looked, in horror, at how Michael's face was beginning to disfigure. His hair had lost its shine and he was beginning to take on the color of straw, yellow, dull, and grimy. A bushy, scruffy, graying beard began to emerge from his gaunt face. His skin had wrinkled and cracked, and his eyes were red, sunken, and bruised, betraying how ill he was. He looked like he had aged 20 years in a couple of seconds. The light in the room began to dim and the color of the fire changed. It had turned green and was the only source of light in the study. My face, hair, and clothes began to feel damp, and a powerful herbal scent wafted into my nostrils. And, above all, I felt a stabbing pain on the left side of my head and a migraine began to plague me. "You will cooperate," he ordered. "Now bury the knife in that sacrifice." It was then that the fire of the flames in the fireplace began to grow more and more. Michael turned to look at the fire, astonished. For the first time, I saw fear in his eyes. "Impossible," he muttered. His breathing began to falter even more. Then he turned on me only to throw his hands around my neck and start strangling me on the ground. My head hit the floor and he put his full weight on my body. He plunged his fingers into my windpipe hard. I was fighting, scratching his face and trying to kick him, to get him away from me. I screamed and moaned breathlessly as I fought for my life. I felt how the pain in my neck sharpened with each attempt to breathe. I saw, blurred by the tears that I began to shed out of desperation in the battle, the horrible face full of hatred of Michael. I was going to die if I kept this up. "Somebody help me, please." "Alastor, fucking liar," he said with contempt. "You summoned him? How did you do it? You always knew LeBlanc was the vigilante, right? That's why you told Katie to stop taking pictures. You are a filthy bitch." At that moment, the fire in the fireplace reached its highest point. The fire was licking the ceiling of the room and it was now the only source of light in the place. Then Michael stopped. He looked at me in horror and levitated a few inches in the air, to then be thrown through the air by that invisible force, until he hit the desk. I got up and inhaled the air that I needed urgently, and I started coughing uncontrollably. I put a hand on my neck. I could feel Michael's claws as I tried to breathe again. The passage of air hurt me. I didn't know what or who had saved me. I didn't see anyone near me, but I was deeply grateful. I looked at my surroundings, still coughing. I was no longer in my father's study. I was in Alastor's sacrifice room, just like the first time I had woken up. I reeked of herbal water and a broken bottle was a few feet away from me. So, it had all been an illusion. I've never been in my dad's study this whole time. I looked at Michael. He was on the floor, with Alastor's work table turned upside down and the grimoire sheets scattered on the floor. He was groaning, but he didn't seem to be able to get to his feet. And on the floor I saw with surprise that, instead of the tied-up goat, there was a doll with blonde hair in its place. Chapter 22, Inferno. All around me were like a vision of only blurry and disjointed images of the ride in the passenger seat of Pentius's dark green Bentley. He had not agreed to give me the keys, even knowing to the fact that I was not in optimal conditions to drive. Also, based on his words, he believed that I was having delusions related to Charlotte because of the excitement of an upcoming engagement. "I beg your pardon," he said with an incredulous smile. "I thought I heard you say that Mr. Magna kidnapped your Charlotte." "That's what I said," I answered curtly. He gave an explosive laugh. "Oh, what a nice joke," he said, catching his breath. It sounded like the best joke he'd heard in a long time. I hardly believe it. When he saw my face, his smile faded. What?" he said, confused, but still smiling. "Pentius, I'm serious," I countered. He snorted. "It is complete madness, my friend," he said, waving his hand in the air. "You must be confused with things. We are talking about Michael Magna. You worked for his brother, Apple Daddy, for years. I know that there are rumors about the bad life that Michael had been leading ever since he was put in charge of the Magna estate. But a kidnapping of a girl, frankly, I regretted not having my shadow at my disposal at that moment. I wanted to avoid physical aggression. Drawing the attention of my colleagues for beating up one of the radio's investors would cause me quite an inopportune setback, whereas the authorities were still surrounding the building. I tried to regulate my breathing. "Just give me your keys," I said with difficulty, but remained calm. "I'm wasting time and Charlotte needs me." Pentius widened his eyes and smiled. "Oh, I know what happens," he said mischievously. "It's the nerves, friend. You imagine catastrophic scenarios involving your girl." He patted me on the shoulder a couple of times. "Everything will be fine. If you propose properly, you should sit down, breathe and..." I jerked away from his hand roughly. "Do not touch me," I said defensively. Pentius was surprised, but his wounded countenance abruptly changed to a more hostile one. "Alastor, this is ridiculous," he said, exasperated. "Where did you get such a bizarre idea? Michael Magna kidnapping your Charlotte? You must be confusing reality with some dream. You don't look very good. Have you been drinking? Pentius, for your sake, you'd better pass me your car keys." I told him. I was no longer able to control my angry tone. He frowned at the power of my voice and looked at me, wounded. "Alastor, it's okay to be friends," he said sternly, "but you can't talk to me like that. I'm still an investor in this radio station, and you can't disrespect me like I'm some classless guy." I wanted to use my magic against him. I wanted to at least punch him and take the keys from him by force. But any wrong move could mean an attempted arrest by anyone at the station. And more setbacks than I already had at Pentius's refusal were absolutely undesirable. I sucked in a clumsy breath. I tried to avoid my desire to bring my knife to his neck and force him to hand me over the keys. Pentius adjusted his old top hat and sneered at me. "With your permission, I will return to my restaurant," he said, walking past me haughtily. "Kidnappings. Pff, why would Michael Magna want to kidnap a sweet girl like Charlotte?" I didn't even think about my next words. It was only 5 words that slipped out of my mouth, but they were powerful enough to wipe out the entire arsenal of protests that Pentius could possibly have. "Because Charlotte is a Magna," I said finally. There was a moment of silence. He had stopped mid-step and turned violently towards me. He looked at me completely stunned. Pentius seemed to have choked on all of his complaints. He even seemed unable to breathe. He was paralyzed. He tried to gesture something coherent after a moment, but it seemed that the words had ceased to have meaning for his brain. "What?" he stammered, frowning. He smiled briefly and then returned to his shocked expression. Then he looked at me more closely. No, it's not possible," he said, shaking his head in an internal debate. "You must be confused." "I'm not confused," I said dryly. You don't play with these things, he exclaimed, upset. He took a deep breath to regain his composure. He paced around the narrow kitchen erratically. His naturally pale skin had attained an almost greenish color. He was sweating profusely. Then he looked at me again with his eyes imploring. He seemed on the verge of tears. He approached me cautiously and slightly hunched over. Are you sure we're talking about the same person? He said cautiously, but inclemently. Are we talking about Charlotte Little Apple Pie Magna, the only daughter of the late and dear friend of mine, Apple Daddy Magna? He watched me for a few moments. His soul was on a thread. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, nervously. I said nothing, but he seemed to interpret my silence and frown as confirmation. He opened his mouth to inhale air and stood there with his face frozen in complete stupor, until he released a heavy sigh. That would explain the rumors, he said roughly with his voice cracking. He rubbed his hands over his mouth roughly. He was unable to contain the emotion on his face. He pressed his trembling lips together in a desperate attempt to stay calm, but a couple of tears did manage to fall, before he wiped them away with the back of his wrist. Little Charlotte Magna, he said, amazed. A small smile began to bloom on his face. He squeezed his eyes shut and smiled widely. He was trying to control the storm of emotions that was attacking him. Bless the sky, she is alive. Rumors of her death were false. I cursed to myself inside. I said too much, but that would explain why she never sent me a postcard from France. He was muttering to himself indignantly. She always knew how much I liked it when her father brought me recipes with eggs from the old continent. At least she was safe all this time with. Then Penchus looked at me again, confused. Alastor, how could someone like her come to live with you? He said. My hands were shaking. This is useless. I mumbled, annoyed. I took a couple of strides to the exit, but Penchus stepped in my way to stop me, and his palms were open at my chest height. Alastor, wait, he said, in a more focused tone. Please wait. He looked at the ground desperately, as if trying to find the words he needed among the wooden boards. It's true, he said hopefully, and he put a hand on my shoulder. Please tell me that this is not a joke in bad taste. If your Charlotte is little Charlotte, then it would explain a lot of things. Do you understand? Penchus's eyes were bright with tears. He demanded answers from me, but I hated to give them. Is she really kidnapped by Michael Magna? He said with his voice cracking. Let me through, Penchus, I said, trying to push him aside. I tried to remove his hand from my shoulder, but this time the grip was firm. He looked at me sternly and didn't move. His eyes burned with resolution. There was no need for further confirmations. The situation seemed to have taken a more personal turn for him. He seemed to finally understand about how delicate the situation was. It's okay. I believe you, he said with his voice shaking. You will have to explain how you know this. But if little Charlotte is involved, I will help you. He sniffled and took me by the arm, decisively. Come, let's call the police. He said seriously. I will not bring the authorities into this, I claimed, and I released myself from his grip. Penchus was horrified. Alastor, we have to call the police, he exclaimed decisively. They will be able to help her, and they are more prepared than us for these things. Come with me. Let's talk to the policemen who are guarding the building. He tried to head for the exit, but I pulled his arm so he wouldn't move forward. The police are not trained to handle this particular situation, Penchus, I stressed. I'm going to handle this personally. Alastor, that's crazy of you, Penchus replied and shook his head in astonishment. There is no way that you can go to a rescue by yourself. You don't have a driver's license. Besides, it would just be you. You're unarmed, and you're all gaunt and skinny. There is no way you can go save a lady in that state, he concluded. Give me your damn keys, Penchus, I said, narrowing my eyes furiously. He sighed wearily and he was puffing out his cheeks. He pursed his lips in a grim expression and put his hands on his hips. He stood there for a few moments, in a relentless internal battle, while his eyes wandered over the floor. I couldn't believe that I was having this conversation. Every second counted and Penchus was uncooperative. I was at the limit of my patience. If he wasn't willing to collaborate, then I thought of my closest and most effective option, using magic. Although I couldn't paralyze him without the help of my shadow, I could put him into a trance with a spell, but I couldn't steal his car with the police on the perimeter. If I put Penchus in a trance and took his car, they will think that I did something to him and the authorities would come looking for me. If I made him come out of the trance once I left, he will freak out when he wakes up and sees that his car is missing. They will start looking for me too. Shit. Wherever it was, Penchus was a delay in my path. I quickly thought of an idea, and the only alternative that occurred to me, I would put him in a trance, throw him on the ground, and ask my companions for help to have an alibi. Whoever saw him would think that he tripped over something and he was badly injured when he fell. I would offer to drive him to the hospital in his own car and put his unconscious body in the passenger seat. That way I wouldn't raise suspicions and I wouldn't have the patrols following me. That was my plan. I threw the glass of water that was on the table onto the floor. Penchus followed my movements, frowning expectantly. So, I raised my hand with the intention of snapping my fingers. My head throbbed. I didn't care if I had to do a little damage to Penchus to have transportation at my disposal. I just wanted to get to Charlotte as soon as possible. Penchus raised his eyebrows when he saw my raised hand. I was about to snap my fingers, but suddenly he snorted in disgust. Good, Penchus said, suddenly, in a tone of annoyed defeat. I stopped my fingers on the spot. Penchus reached into his jacket and pulled the keys with a ridiculous stuffed rabbit's foot ring out of his inside pocket. I will help you in whatever you need. You don't have to be like this, he said with dignity. Being the owner of a restaurant doesn't mean you have to snap your fingers at me like a simple waiter. I am a man with class. He brushed past me with his chin up. I am concerned and baffled by such an incautious decision coming from you, my friend, he said while adjusting his top hat with an annoyingly tone of superiority. But if what you need is discretion in such a delicate moment, you can consider me as co-pilot in this rescue. He gave me a couple of pats on the shoulder as a sign of support. You are lucky to have such a loyal friend, he said with a condescending smile. So I will accompany you. If it had been a normal situation, I would have rolled my eyes at such an amount of cheesy in a single speech. I'm going, he said determined. Penchus strode towards the exit doors, but he paused for a moment in the hallway doorway and turned to look at me with a frown. Hey, tell me again why you don't want the police to get involved, he said, confused. It was not clear to me. I snorted through my nose and tried to snatch the keys out of his hands, but he shoved them out of my reach by raising his arm. I'd better drive you instead, he sentenced, suspicious. I wanted to argue the fact that he was inviting himself to Charlotte's rescue, but I wasn't going to waste any more precious minutes on this useless talk with Penchus. Let's just go, I said urgently and pushing him out of the building. We hurriedly got into the car, and I put on my seatbelt with difficulty because of my shaking hands. The policemen who were still on guard waved good afternoon to us. Penchus returned the greeting nervously, and I had no intention of responding. Do you think he would try to harm her? Penchus said, closing the car door. Not yet, I said convinced. Penchus nodded, frowning. Michael wanted something from Charlotte, that was for sure. Something he couldn't get without committing a kidnapping. But if what Michael was planning was the same thing I was suspecting, it would take a bit of convincing to go through with it. I just hoped that Charlotte was okay. Do you even know where they are? He said, starting the engine. At my place. I said, wait. He has her kidnapped in your house? He said, confused, frowning. How can it be? No more questions, I said, scathing. I just know. Oh, he said, looking at me sideways. Of course. I think I still remember the way. Let's go, he said. And he started to drive to my house. I had no head to argue with his insistence on driving. I had already sent my shadow ahead of us and it required all my concentration to stay in sync with it, and I wouldn't have been able to stay focused on driving. Unexpectedly, Penchus being the designated driver was a bonus I hadn't planned on. But Penchus didn't seem as focused as I was. He suggested that he should take me to the nearest hospital and highlighted the option of asking the police for support. to which I flatly refused. But, Alastor, you look very bad, he said, with concern as he exchanged glances between me and the road. I don't recall seeing you so pale before. It seems that at any moment you are going to pass out. And I'm sure those dark bags under your eyes can't be healthy. Just drive fast. I hissed with my nails digging into my knees. He gave me an anguished look, but he didn't argue with me any furthermore. He passed by the huge hospital building, taking the route to my house on the next street. I needed silence to bond with my shadow, but Pinchas kept talking. His bad habit of talking nonstop to fill the air was maddening. But I don't quite understand, he insisted, turning a corner. How do you know that Michael Magna has little Charlotte in your own house? I haven't seen her in years. Well, now it makes sense why she looked familiar to me when I saw her with you. She looks so much like Apple Daddy. How did I not notice it before? And he punched the handlebars in frustration. I am a disgrace, he dramatically lamented. And now she's kidnapped. Oh, I don't know what kind of person would try something against that sweet angel. If Michael Magna tries to do anything to her, he'll have to deal with me. I had heard rumors that he handed her over to some Magna plantation workers when he was trying to leave for France. I spent weeks waiting to be told that they found the body of an unidentified blonde girl or a postcard from France to tell me that she was okay. And it's been 2 damn years of silence. I don't even know where that man has been all this time since he came back to New Orleans. If I had known what he was capable of, I would have never offered him to stay in my home. He took another turn and dodged a couple of cars. Michael Magna simply came one night to ask me to stay in my house. He continued. He had asked me through a postcard that he sent me some time ago, but I couldn't receive him because it happened that my brother had argued with my sister-in-law days before, and he and my 5 nephews had been occupying all the available rooms in my house. Mr. Michael Magna got angry and left, without telling me where, which I found a relief, because I never found his family photo. I only heard about him today, when they made the reservation in his name. The truth is, I thought he had already returned to France. His incessant chattering was throwing me off balance. I buried my fingers in my temple, trying to maintain the connection with my shadow. My leg moved restlessly and one of my eyelids trembled. I kept my eyes closed tight, watching the path of my shadow through his eyes. He was going at full speed, winding through the streets, taking a good lead on us, and not having to stop at the desperate traffic lights of the city that was full of reckless pedestrians and cars on the track. I had to try to help Charlotte with just my shadow for now. Pinchas stopped at the next red light, still talking incoherently. You should have a look about those mood swings you're having lately. You should try to control them with meditation and cut out the coffee, he continued nervously as he opened and closed his palms on the handlebars. It works for me. The doctor prescribed it for me. I do a 15-minute brisk jog around the block, and after my scrambled egg breakfast, I meditate for 10 minutes before I go to work. It's pretty healthy. I twitched my nose and my smile tightened. Or, maybe a change of air will do you good, he continued, shrugging his shoulders and pursing his lips, considering the most attractive options. A trip to the beach works wonderfully. Once we see that Charlotte is okay, you can use my cabin on the coast. The sea breeze helps a lot to clear a stressed man, and I turned in my seat violently, and he jumped in astonishment, looking at me. Could you just, I said menacingly and leaning into him like predator to prey. Drive silently? I ordered with power. At that moment, the windshield glass shattered. Pinchas shrank back in shock. Confusion etched across his face. He saw the inexplicable huge crack on the glass and looked back at me. Pinchas mirrored the terror of prey at danger in his eyes. His brain seemed to be trying to give a logical explanation to that crack with my coincident outburst of anger. Keep it up, I ordered, gritting my teeth. The crack got a little bigger after that. After a second of stupor and not knowing what to say, for the first time, Pinchas turned his eyes to the road and stepped on the accelerator to the floor, without even checking if the light had changed to green. I settled back in the seat and closed my eyes. I snorted through my nose and reconnected with my shadow. It had already arrived and was circling the property. Right away, I noticed Mimsy's red car parked in front of the main entrance. Mimsy hadn't lied. Katie had brought Charlotte to my house. Or rather, Katie had dragged Charlotte's body to my house. I felt anger bubbling in my stomach. That damn woman must be working for Michael, and he dared to lay his nasty hands on Charlotte. I ordered my shadow to go inside and search every corner for the presence of Charlotte. It obeyed immediately. The shadow passed through the living room, the kitchen, and upstairs in the bedrooms at full speed. But she was not there. I ordered it to go down to the only place that was missing, the basement. But it couldn't go through. The door was locked and it couldn't get in by sliding under it. My shadow repeatedly tried to enter. I ordered it to use all its energy, but it was useless. Something or someone prevented it from going through the door. I snorted wearily and took off my glasses to roughly massage my eyes. I do not see her, I muttered helplessly. I can't see the basement. That bastard must have her there. Pinchas gave me a sidelong glance as he drove past a red light and he almost got us hit by a black car. He didn't seem to care at all. He mumbled suddenly, hesitantly. Who exactly can't you see? Charlotte, I said dryly, putting my glasses back in place. Oh, he said, nodding nervously. Of course, of course. He looked clearly uncomfortable. He didn't ask for more explanations, although I knew that he had thousands of questions running through his head. He made a sharp turn and kept going, taking the most direct route to my house. He surprised me in the midst of my shock. How well that he still remembered the way, despite having come to visit me only once, after insisting on buying the deer heads for his restaurant. Pinchas took the dirt road without stopping, exceeding the speed limit. The unpaved stretch full of irregularities made us jump in our seats, and in a matter of a couple of minutes, we were in front of my house. He spun the handlebars and skidded, rising up a light curtain of dust. The car came to a complete stop. I started to fight against the seat belt and Pinchas put a hand on my wrist. I looked at him, furious, but he was impassive. Alastor, listen, he said, with seriousness, and he put his hands together. He was asking me for some higher entity for patience. I need you to calm down. Don't go doing something crazy. For your sake, you'd better not touch me. I said. This time I managed to remove the belt, but Pinchas jumped into my lap, and he reached out to press the latch on my door, preventing me from opening it. Another ridiculous fight started, where I was trying to get him off of me and he was refusing to let me down. What are you doing? I said, indignant and furious. You don't know what's in there, he claimed. Michael Magna could be armed. That's none of your business, I said, managing to take him off of me. Pinchas, with his hat askew, sat up in his seat, exasperated. I need you to at least tell me what's going on, Alastor. He exploded. I already brought you here, so I deserve to have some clear answers. Why is Charlotte kidnapped? And I'm telling you, after this is all over, you're going to come with me to the hospital to check out those weird delusions you have about seeing people with your mind, and I grabbed him by the lapels and threw him backwards. He violently hit the glass of the driver's door. I took my knife out of my coat, in one quick movement, and pointed it directly at his neck. He froze. He didn't move anything but his terrified eyes, which kept dancing between my face and the edge of the blade. You'd better be useful for once. Shut up and listen to me carefully, Pinchas, I said slowly while narrowing my eyes and feeling my smile strain. Pinchas held his breath in shock. When Charlotte leaves my house, you will put her in this car and take her as far away as you can to a safe place, I ordered. It is understood, right? He gave little nervous nods, while pressing his lips into a single straight line and breathing loudly through his nose. He was completely terrified. Groping, I unlatched my door and yanked it open, keeping my blade pointed at Pinchas, and I rushed out, slamming the door. A moment later, I heard Pinchas getting out of the car and yelling behind me, Alastor, wait! You are unarmed! I snapped my fingers and my shadow reached my feet instantly, creeping across the floor with a ghostly air. Sorry I'm late, mate, I said, without breaking my fast pace, I went quickly to the basement door, the same door that weeks ago I went through to save Charlotte from the spirits that tried to devour her, and I was able to get there in time. I wished, with all my strength, that it would have a similar outcome on this occasion. I looked at the foot of the door and immediately noticed a thick line made of salt at the entrance. Michael Magna knew that I could go in search of Charlotte, and he took all the necessary precautions. He had gone to a lot of trouble. I took a handkerchief out of my pocket and swept away all the salt with 2 swipes, to leave the path clear. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Done, I whispered, pulling out my knife. You know what to do, friend. My shadow trembled with excitement on my feet, and entered the room at last. I took up my trusty knife and cautiously opened the door. The basement was dark. The only thing that could be glimpsed among all the darkness of a windowless room was a small line of green light that filtered under a small door from the back room. The ritual room. That's where Charlotte should be. I went carefully down the stairs, leaning on the railing with my instincts sharp. I felt the beat of my heart in my ears and the creak of each step echoing in the room. I was on high alert, waiting for any sound or movement in my surroundings. When I reached the last step, I walked to the back room with a firm step, accompanied by the spatial memory of having traveled that same distance so many times before. But then the light bulb on my workshop table came on and a metallic sound forced me to stop. If you say a single word or move a single muscle, I will kill you, you bastard. I listened to Katie, behind my back. I stayed where I was, with the knife clutched in my hand, and kept silent. Turn around slowly with your hands up, she ordered. I played along and slowly turned around until I was face to face with her, with my arms raised in surrender. Katie was sitting on the stool, next to the counter that I used to prepare the animals that needed to be preserved with taxidermy. Her left leg was bleeding and her stink of body preservative, soaking through her dress, drifted up to me. She had a brown bag which I recognized as a camera bag which was hanging off of her side. The revolver in her hands enhanced the vile and despicable image of a vermin. Drop that thing and slide it on the ground, she ordered me to do. I was still looking at her. I dropped my knife and kicked it at her. Katie scrambled to her feet with an eerie smile spreading across her face. One of her upper fangs was missing. She stepped on the knife with her heels and looked at me with disdain. Never did she stop pointing her revolver at me. Well, she said, haughtily. Who would have thought that the vigilante would end his days in the hands of a journalist? Not even the police could find you in all these months. You knew how to be elusive, but your luck has ran out. She seemed out of herself. There was no more room for joy in her by the notion that she was in a position superior to mine. Finally, that's why you agreed to censor the information that the police gave you, right? Is that why you never gave details beyond what was necessary in your transmissions? I always thought you purposely wasted your ties to those with first-hand information, that you were a simple lapdog that obeyed. But all that false professionalism of yours, to carefully selecting what you said, was nothing more than a simple ruse to cover your own tracks to the public. She took a few shaky steps up the stairs, limping on her injured leg. I watched her agonizing journey, still smiling. Honestly, you don't know how happy I'll be when I hand you over and collect the reward, vigilante, she sentenced. I have all the evidence I need. I frowned slightly. I should have imagined it. Katie would participate in something so crazy and outlawed just for money. The reward for my capture was already famous for the large sum on offer, and handing me over to the justice would mean a fairly comfortable and peaceful life for her and a couple of generations more. Michael figured you'd come for that brat, she said with difficulty. Although it really surprises me. I don't know how the fuck you found out so fast. I don't think Mimsy warned you. That Fatso, the only thing she wanted was to split you two up. But I wasn't listening to her. I was paying attention to the door behind me. I heard muffled murmurs from 2 people. One was Charlotte's unmistakable voice. I felt an immediate wave of relief. My assumptions had been true. Michael needed her alive. At least for now. I looked back at Katie. She moved laboriously, without taking her eyes off me. She tested every step and was aiming at me at all times and fully alert to my slightest movement. She mistrusted me, and she did well. She leaned on the stair railing with one hand, the other holding her gun up. She was complaining loudly while giving a quick look of disgust at her bloodied leg. "Shit," she whispered, in rage. She looked at me again, with contempt. "Now listen," she said with her eyes widening. "You're going to stay there, not saying a word until I get out of this bloody basement. Is that clear?" She was breathing loudly and her grip was trembling. I closed my eyes, still holding up my arms. "That's it," she said, satisfied. I kept my expression neutral and serene. "Michael told me what you can do," she continued with her nose wrinkling in revulsion. "You say some weird words and you do witchcraft, but none of your abracadabras will save you from having your brains blown out. So," and she shot my left thigh. I fell to my knees on the spot. I kept my head low to the floor as her sly laughter filled the room. "I always wanted to do that," she exclaimed with joy, and I heard her blow the spiral of smoke from her gun. "I'd rather make sure you don't escape this basement," she said, with satisfaction. "If I didn't kill you yet, it's because I want you to suffer in life, you wretch. I will not allow you to escape to the other neighborhood and not pay for all your crimes in the face of true justice. I want you to rot in jail and feel humiliated and singled out by everyone who knows you." I raised my eyes from the ground for a moment, and I watched her. She was making quite an effort to climb the first step. With the next, it was just as laborious. "Accommodation for information from the vigilante," she rambled on. "Alastor and Michael are just as weird as the devil. You may all die here, but me, I'm leaving this mad house." She gritted her teeth, wincing. She made a strangled sound of suffering, and she climbed the third step with difficulty. She began to breathe through her open mouth, enduring the pain in her leg as best as she could. She gave a yelp of frustration and slammed her fist angrily on a step. "Shit! And now, I'm only one goddamn ladder away from being able to collect the bounty and I can't climb it." Katie turned to me for a moment, to see if I had moved. She narrowed her eyes and resumed crawling up the stairs. "I already have what I need," she stammered, as she climbed step by step, slowly. "I'll take the reward. Ugh! And I'm leaving this damn town. And I won't have to mingle with petty low-ranking drones like." And she stopped abruptly. She seemed to be aware of something she hadn't noticed. She turned on me, quickly, with the gun pointed at my head. Her face was pale with utter terror. "Wait a minute," she said, suspiciously but unable to hide the fear in her voice. "Why aren't you bleeding?" I started to stand up slowly, with my head down. "I told you to stay still," she exclaimed in a panic, and there was a shot. I stood up completely. I dusted off my suit and, from the hole in my pants, I extracted the bullet that had reached my thigh and threw it on the ground. "Thanks, mate," I said. My shadow slipped under my clothes, winding its way to the ground. It had clung to my skin, like black armor, slippery and silent. With my eyes, I followed the projection of its opposite end. Its elongated, spectral darkness had crept silently across the floor and up to Katie. It was seizing the shadow of the woman, firmly and paralyzing the bearer of it. I watched Katie carefully. She was motionless in the middle of the stairs, on her back with one arm in the air and a look of horror on her face. She still kept her hand on her revolver. Her finger was frozen on the trigger and pointing at the ceiling. I looked at the ceiling. The bullet had left a hole in the wood. She didn't move a single muscle, and my shadow's face projected from under her back, wearing a macabre smile. It seemed to be especially enjoying catching this prey. "What?" she tried to mutter, while her face turned red with fury and the extraordinary effort that she had to free herself. "What's that? What are you doing to me, you bastard?" The still open wound on her leg began to bubble blood from the desperate attempt to free herself. "I just let you bluff a little, Katie," I said calmly. I snapped my fingers and the gun jumped from her hand to mine. "But the truth is that words are sometimes unnecessary," I concluded. "What?" she exclaimed, terrified. "Were you doing magic?" "How?" I snapped my fingers and my shadow dragged, without any kind of consideration, Katie's body until she was on her knees before me. I snapped my fingers and Katie's head jerked back, coming face to face with me. The woman's eyes were bloodshot with horror as they met mine. I learned through test and error that the key to a close and lasting relationship is proper communication, Katie, I added. I snapped my fingers and my knife reached my hand from the corner of the room and I put it in my jacket. Game over, I said. Monsters, she yelled desperately. All of you. I leaned down a bit and gripped her face in my hand, squeezing her cheeks tightly. I digged my nails into her skin. Despite being paralyzed, I could feel her trembling in terror at me. Through the connection I had with my shadow, I felt how my anger against her and all the images that my shadow had shown me crowded in my head. The indignation and anger made my thirst for revenge on the behalf of Charlotte began to take over me. Katie had hit Charlotte over the head with a bottle. Katie stuffed an unconscious Charlotte into a sack and brought her, without mercy or remorse, invading my own home, to hand her over to the bastard who had come back to haunt her. Katie wanted to see us fall. She wanted to destroy us. She wanted to sabotage my plans. I looked at her grotesque and unpleasant face and my smile widened. It wasn't enough to give her a quick death like all my previous victims. No, I wanted her to suffer. You dared to touch Charlotte, Katie, I said, threateningly slurring my words. And that is enough for the vigilante to retaliate. I let go of her face, shoving her aside roughly and took the bag from her. You won't need this anymore, I said. I held the leather bag for a moment, still looking at Katie. Then, it started to combust from the fire emanating from my palms. The smell of burning plastic filled the room immediately, and the contents of the bag crackled under the heat. No, Katie yelled, startled. My camera! I extinguished the fire and tossed the bag. It charred and smoked at my feet. It continued to make light clicking noises from the melted camera. I should sew up your mouth, I said, with distaste. But it would be a waste, frankly, because there is no one here who can come to help you. I snapped my fingers and her arm snapped back in one swift, with a fast and brutal motion. She gave an agonized cry. But you were right about something, I said, tilting my head slightly. Death does nothing more than free you from the pain of the punishments you deserve in life. She tried to say, spitting. I snapped my fingers again and her left calf flipped completely over, leaving the knee almost to the back of her leg. Katie let out a scream that seemed to rip her throat. I looked at her disdainfully, still smiling. She whimpered loudly, as the mascara from her eyes fell like black tears down her cheeks. She was gasping for air and she was drooling profusely. Thus both legs are equal in inaction, I said. Then I closed my fist and Katie began to writhe, with her limbs pressed against her chest. Katie's screams filled the silence. Her screams were echoing off the walls, the torture of feeling her body, subdued and compacted by the force of my shadow, with her bones on the verge of being fractured at the same time, was driving her mad with pain. I loosened my grip slightly, to close my fist again. I kept her in that limbo where I wouldn't let her die, even if she begged for her life or her death. I wanted her to feel her every nerve burning as she writhed in agony. I wanted her to suffer. Let me go. I listened, in the midst of the maelstrom I was feeling. But that scream didn't come from Katie, and suddenly I came back to reality. The cry for help came from the woman behind the door. Charlotte needed me. I loosened my fist and raised my arm to slam Katie against my work table. A large bottle of preservative was spilled onto the floor. Katie was trembling, on the ground, like a dying animal. You can thank the God of your choice that I don't have time to treat you as you deserve, I said, examining the revolver. Katie had enough energy left to raise her face a little and shoot a look of intense hatred at me. I put the revolver in my jacket and rushed to the door. I tried to use the handle, but it was stuck from the inside. I tried snapping my fingers, but the latch wouldn't budge. Michael must have added some kind of protection to the lock. I banged angrily on the wood. Help! I heard Charlotte's interrupted scream from the room. Enter. I quickly ordered my shadow and it obeyed immediately. It slid through the slit of green light. I closed my eyes and made the connection with my shadow. The small room was cold and almost dim, dimly lit by the green fire in the fireplace. And on the floor was Charlotte, But there was also Michael Magna. Michael kept one of his filthy hands over Charlotte's mouth, preventing her from screaming. I looked at Charlotte for a second, through my shadow's eyes, and my insides twisted with indignation and anger. Her face was bruised, her whole body was soaked with a liquid that I couldn't identify, and dried blood from her hair was matting on her cheek. Charlotte's blood had been spilled again, and because of Michael Magna, like 2 years before, I felt how the pulse of my blood increased. My fury bubbled in my chest and my protective instincts roared for justice. It saturated my mind with increasingly erratic and violent thoughts. I ordered my shadow to separate Michael from Charlotte and to attack, to slam him against the walls if necessary, but it couldn't get close to them. My shadow circled the room from end to end, throwing itself repeatedly at Michael's shadow, but it couldn't touch him by any point. Something repelled it. I also couldn't open the door by unlocking it from the inside. Michael had definitely cast a spell on the lock. Then, my shadow climbed up the wall to the ceiling height. That's when I noticed the circle made of salt almost around on the entire floor of the room. The big cloth sack was already empty. That sack is where I kept the salt that I gave to my goats named Razzle and Dazzle, and it was thrown in a corner. On the table there was the folder with the paper sheets of the grimoire, and Charlotte's doll was lying on the floor. Michael's shadow remained within the perimeter of the circle, immovable by the little light emanating from the fireplace. He hadn't left a slit to get to them. He really had taken a lot of precautions to be so desperate. "You will cooperate," Michael ordered. "Now bury the knife in that sacrifice." I thought fast. I couldn't get in and my shadow couldn't reach them. Michael's shadow was sheltered due to the low light. Then I realized about what I can do with the light. Immediately, I snapped my fingers and the flames flared up in the fireplace. But it was not enough. Michael turned to look into the fire with surprise and fear on his gaunt features. "Impossible," he muttered. His breathing became louder and more unsteady. Then he turned on Charlotte, only to throw himself to her neck and start strangling her to the ground. Charlotte's head hit the floor and he put his full weight on her body. Charlotte fought like a beast. I started to despair. I snapped my fingers again, and again, and again. "Fucking liar," Michael said, with contempt for Charlotte. "You summoned him? How did you do it? You always knew LeBlance was the vigilante, right? That's why you told Katie to stop taking pictures. You are a blasted bitch." Finally, the flames from the fireplace reached a good size that they reached the ceiling, and the light generated caused everything in the room to lengthen the projection of its shadow, including the only 2 people who were there. And finally, Michael's shadow surpassed the limits of the circle of salt. It was my chance. My shadow grabbed that small portion outside the circle, and finally Michael stopped in his tracks. I raised him a few inches in the air and slammed him hard against the table. I heard Charlotte cough loudly. I snapped my fingers once more to unlock the door. This time it worked. "Charlotte!" I exclaimed, walking into the room. I dropped to my knees to help her up. Charlotte looked up at me with her big eyes sparkling with tears, relieved to know I was there. "Alastor," she said with her voice hoarse, and she hugged me desperately. "You're here." I hugged her back tightly, almost so tightly, and I kissed the top of her head. She smelled like the preservative I kept in the bottles, but I couldn't care less. "I am here, sweetheart," I told her in a reassuring voice. "I'm here." Knowing her in my arms again had given me a little balance in all that stormy situation. Charlotte was alive. I had arrived on time. She was sobbing in anguish, and she was clutching my jacket tightly, seeking protection. I could feel how she trembled with fear and kept trying to clear her throat. She cleared her throat slightly. I separated a little from her and looked at her carefully. Her beautiful face was a stark contrast to her almost divine radiance as we parted earlier that morning at the hotel. Now her eyes were red from bitter tears. One of her cheeks was swollen and red from a blow. At her temple, a considerable amount of blood had pooled and dried from the blow that Katie had given her with the bottle. She was drenched in sweat and preservative fluid. "Let's go, she managed to say, pleadingly, after a few moments. I caressed her face very carefully, cupping her cheek. My smile dimmed enough to be just a small curl at the corners of my lips. I felt how pain and guilt squeezed my heart and insides, like I had never felt before in my life. Knowing Charlotte in this condition made me feel responsible to a certain extent. I felt the searing guilt of not being able to kill Michael Magna weeks ago in that alley, and of having committed the mortal sin of allowing him to escape in an instant of personal weakness. The only victim who had ever escaped the hands of the vigilante had done all of these bad things to Charlotte. To my Charlotte. And that was unforgivable. Any despicable being who dared to leave her in that state would perish before me. But before thinking of Michael, I must definitely get Charlotte to safety. I looked up and saw how Michael was still on the floor, complaining. The blow had barely stunned him enough to lose focus on his unstable spells. He had to be extremely weak. Then I saw the doll that I had made to look like Charlotte was on the floor, and it was inside the circle of salt. I got to my feet quickly, and picked up the empty cloth sack from the ground and put some of the salt in the bag. Then I put the doll inside it and closed it. Charlotte looked at me confused. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Come with me," I told her. I took her in my arms and went with her to the exit at a fast pace. She clung to my neck. We walked past Katie, who was still in the same position I had left her on the floor. I carried Charlotte upstairs, and closed the door, and lowered her into the main hall of the house. "Alastor," she said, surprised. "I can't leave Michael Magna alive, darling," I told her. "You go ahead. Penchus is waiting for you outside the house. He will take you to a safe place." She looked at me like I was saying an abomination, and she grabbed me by the lapels of my jacket, and she faced me with furious. "And will you fight alone?" she said indignantly, with her voice still scratchy. "Alastor, you can't. Last time it didn't go well. I can help. I can handle this," I assured her. "The only thing that matters to me is that you go with Penchus." She accentuated her frown. She kept her posture straight and defiant, but she still had tears in her eyes. "I will not do it," she told me with conviction. "I knew you'd say that," I said, resigned. I closed my eyes sadly for a moment. I put my hand on the back of her neck and brought her closer to me to give her a quick kiss, which she didn't refuse. I put the sack in her hands and broke away from her abruptly. She looked at me, and then at the sack that she was now holding, confused. "Because of that, I'm not going to leave you a choice," I sentenced. "What?" she tried to say, annoyed. I snapped my fingers and my shadow took Charlotte's shadow and dragged it across the floor. "No!" she exclaimed, as her voice drifted away from me. I opened the front door with a movement of my hand, and my shadow took care of carrying her across the floor until she was thrown outside, next to Penchus's car. "For the love of God!" I heard Penchus yell in astonishment. "Alastor!" Charlotte yelled, trying to get to her feet. I closed the door with a click of my fingers and put the metal latch on it. I sighed and turned to the basement door. Charlotte was safe. That calmed down a little of the overwhelming feeling that I had during this time. I only needed to take care of Michael Magna, and in the condition that he was in, I could quickly finish him off. But the moment I opened the basement door, the unmistakable smell of smoke reached my nostrils and an orange light reached me from my position at the top of the stairs. Katie was engulfed in flames. The fire had already reached her clothing. The entire content of the preservative bottle that had been spilled onto the floor minutes before was burning. It had quickly reached good part of the wooden floor and the table, including all my unfinished works. Everything was burning with alarming speed. In Katie's charred red blistered hand, there was a lighter that she used for her cigarettes. "I'm not going alone, son of a bitch," she said barely, with a satisfied smile, and then a shot hit her in the head, leaving Katie dead on the floor in a pool of her own blood. With the last ghost of a smile on her face, I blinked in surprise. I followed the trajectory of the shot. It came from the ritual room. A white mist rose from Katie's lifeless body, which stood out over the black smoke from the fire, and suddenly, she seemed to be shot by the person who was leaning against the doorframe with a revolver in his hands. Michael Magna took a deep breath of that white mist through his nose and sighed with relief. His wrinkles were smoothed out, His gray hair faded, and his countenance rejuvenated 20 years in a few seconds. I needed that, Michael said with pleasure, and he cracked his neck. Then he raised his face and we looked at each other for the first time since that night in a dark alley in downtown New Orleans. Good afternoon, LeBlance, he said with sarcasm. I snapped my fingers and my shadow slid towards him with murderous rage. Michael threw salt at it before it could even touch him. If my shadow could have screamed in pain, it would have yelled with all its might. I saw it squirm and back away from Michael. Michael raised his gun and shot me. Twice. I barely dodged the second bullet that grazed my scalp. I left the basement and ran to the second floor quickly. My shadow followed me, and I locked myself in my room. I looked at my shadow. His face seemed downcast. There was a spectral hole which shouldn't be there on its right side. Sorry about that, mate, I told my shadow. Suddenly, I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. LeBlance, Michael said behind the door, with a conciliatory tone. We don't have to fight. Just give me that monstrosity, the one you call Charlotte, and I'll leave you alone. I don't care about the reward for your capture. I just want to live in good health. And you want a life without going to prison. Isn't that a fair deal? I aimed and pulled the trigger of my rifle through the wall, drawing a line of 4 holes on the wall of my room. I stopped when the bullets had run out. Silence reigned in the place. I could see through the holes that I made by the bullets. I hadn't heard cries of pain. I didn't dare to move a single muscle, and I heard nothing but the beating of my restless heart and my heavy breathing. But when I began to entertain the idea that I might have killed Michael Magna, the door fell out of its frame, almost as if it had been hit by a battering ram, and fell heavily on the floor, hitting the wood of the floor hard. Something had brought down the door with a single blow. I dropped the rifle without bullets on the ground and cold sweat ran down my back. I stared in horror at the apparition, and my body began to tremble, in a familiar sense of utter panic. And there, with eyes red as blood, was, once again, Michael Magna's shadow dog. Chapter 23, Memento Mori. It was fast, really fast, as much as to come to believe that all of this could be a trick of my head by the product of the lack of air in my lungs and the insistent hands of my uncle clinging to the flesh of my neck. I could have made it all up about a desperate delirium of my dying body, or an indulgent placebo was created by my mind to seek some solace in some happy memory that would bid me farewell to this life without feeling the cruel and sudden fate of which I was a victim. But, luckily for me, it had been real. My uncle was no longer on me, and the air stumbled through my mouth. I turned around and I coughed hard. I was trying to get my breath back. I even retched due to the stench of the preservative liquid that Katie had spilled on my body earlier. That was the first smell that I had noticed in the air. My throat burned and every little breath that I took was hurting badly. I looked around with tears in my eyes and that's when I saw the doll. The one that Alastor had made and kept it in a mound of salt to protect me. It was lying on the ground instead of that goat that Michael expected me to kill for him. I barely recognized the place in the dim green light from the cold fire in the fireplace. It was the forbidden room in Alastor's house. There was no trace of the Magna house. I had never moved off the ground in the first place. It had all been a damned illusion. It was then that I observed the inert body of Michael from several meters from me. He had overturned the table where Alastor had done his grimoire spell research in the past, and everything on it had spilled onto the floor. My first instinct was to run away without looking back, but the terror of death was replaced by a trembling hope in my chest as I saw Alastor's shadow fluttering angrily across the walls of the narrow room. I watched it move in rage, and my head couldn't decide at what point the reality was real and not an illusion, because I could continue to be inside an illusion right now. But I grabbed my own neck resolutely, and I focused on the pain of the touch. My wounds hurt too much to be a product of my imagination, and the nauseating aroma of the preservative had continued to burn my nostrils. Suddenly, there was a loud blast. The door had been flung open behind me. I jumped on my guard, only to see Alastor burst into the room. I could not believe it. It was unlikely that he was there. but I couldn't control the tingling that started from my extremities to my chest because of the overwhelming relief I felt at seeing him. Alastor came up to me quickly. As soon as he saw me, he hugged me tightly and he pulled me to his body urgently. And he kissed the top of my head, and I clung to him desperately, and I was feeling his back. I wanted to see if he was completely solid and not another cruel deception. I then felt one of his hands pressing gently on the back of my neck, and suddenly, I broke down in tears. "I am here, sweetheart," he whispered in my ear, almost like a lullaby. "I'm here." He really was there. I didn't know how it could be, or what star to thank for him to find out where I was. But I didn't care anymore. I clung to his jacket. I was still too stunned. I could not stop shaking. The feeling of death on my neck had still lingered from my uncle's hands. It reminded me about how close that I had come to my own end and to never seeing him again. I swallowed hard between whimpers. The cough manifested itself spontaneously when the tears began to gather in my irritated throat. But it comforted me to the core to have my nose buried in Alastor's chest and smell the musky scent of him over the herbal oil that stained my body. Once again, death almost took me. I almost died alone, where no one could hear my cries for help, and without the chance to hug Alastor one last time. It was so unfair and sudden, and I cried even harder. The fear of dying at the hands of Michael Magna had been one of my most horrible nightmares, and it was about to materialize. But we weren't safe yet. Alastor was with me, but that wasn't over yet. To become aware again that Michael Magna was lying stunned, only a few meters from us, was enough to set off the alarms in my head again. I broke away from Alastor and looked at him, terrified. "Let's go, let's go," I managed to say with a small voice, but in panic. Every word burned in my throat. But Alastor took a moment to inspect my face closely, and he put his hands on my shoulders. He said nothing, but although he wanted to keep a straight face, I didn't miss the tremor in his hand as he caressed my face with the back of his fingers. Helplessness and disbelief were reflected in his eyes, in every wrinkle on his forehead. His smile had almost completely disappeared. He used to be very meticulous in not showing what was really going through his head, but there was no doubt what swirled in his heart when he saw my face disfigured by recent blows. His eyes twitched with anger as he saw the blood already crusting over my temple and matting through my hair, and a bud of shame had risen in my chest. Once again, Alastor saw me helpless, bloodied and defenseless against an attack that was orchestrated by Michael Magna. He was forced to rescue me again and see me stripped of my dignity. It was humiliating. Then he searched the surroundings and he moved hastily. He picked up the doll on the ground and he put it in Razzle and Dazzle's salt sack. "What are you doing?" I said with my voice hoarse. "Come with me," he responded, and he picked me up in his arms, and he was striding us up the stairs and out of the basement. I didn't dare to mention Katie when I saw her on the workshop floor in the basement. She was groaning and she was lying on her stomach, and one of her legs had been bent at a rather odd angle. The darkest part of myself just kept telling me that she was receiving a portion of the suffering she had put me through. But she didn't matter. I just wanted us to get as far away as possible from here. By then, I believed that Alastor was on board with that plan, until he stopped just right outside the basement door and he set me down on the floor in the hallway. I looked at him puzzled, and I was demanding an explanation. "I can't leave Michael Magna alive, darling," he told me seriously. "You go ahead. Penchus is waiting for you outside the house. He will take you to a safe place." I looked at him, horrified. He couldn't be serious. He couldn't be refusing to flee. Alastor had already done enough. Furthermore, he was completely disregarding his physical and mental state. And despite the fact that the only source of light was a few faint rays of sunlight that filtered through the window of the front door, I could see his face haggard and exhausted from after weeks of him pushing his body beyond healthy limits. I grabbed him by the lapels of his jacket and I faced him furiously. "And will you fight alone?" I said indignantly, and with a broken voice. "Alastor, you can't. Last time it didn't go well. I can help you this time. I can handle this." he told me firmly and undeterred. The only thing that matters to me is that you go with Penchas. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. What did Mr. Penchas had to do with all this? But I was not going to give up. I wasn't going to let him act alone. The previous confrontation between him and Michael Magna was still burned into my head, and the aftermath of that fight still shone in the form of a scar on Alastor's shoulders. I will not do it, I said, with conviction. I knew you'd say that, he said, resigned, and he kissed me. The kiss was so raw and unbowed that it was so stung to the touch. I barely realized about what he was doing when he pulled away from me too soon. That's when I could see his intense concern behind his glasses. His smile was forced across his face, almost like a grimace. He wanted to keep his smile, but he was completely out of place in this desperate situation. Alastor gave a weary sigh, and for a moment, I thought he was considering leaving with me. That's why I'm not going to leave you a choice, he said firmly and looking at me in the eye. He was using that same tone with me, the same one that he used when he had ended a conversation with me and when I had no right to reply back at him back then. He was making a decision for me and he was at a full stop point. His sentence caught me off guard, and indignation began to shake in my chest. What was he trying to do? Did he want to stay and fight my uncle, regardless of the state that he was in? Alastor hadn't rested well in weeks from his marathon killing spree. He hadn't rested properly for too long, and his pale face and bruised eyes made him look much more haggard than that very morning, when he had gone happily to his work after spending the night at the hotel with me. Alastor was clearly not thinking clearly. He was not in the most optimal condition to face Michael Magna again, not after from what had happened to him in their previous fight, when Alastor had had a significant advantage. No, I couldn't leave him. He had to go with me. We should leave and find another time to face Michael Magna. Even running away to another city with just what we were wearing and hiding from everyone was a better plan than standing up to my uncle. We had to think clearly, and that was something Alastor wasn't doing. The ridiculous idea of abandoning him was out of the question. I had to let him know that I wasn't going to take another step without him. He took my hand and put the sack of salt with the doll in it. He was forcing me to take a hold of it. What? I tried to complain, upset, but then he snapped his fingers, and then I felt a strong familiar tug on the ground that propelled me back. I was dragged across the wooden floor of the hallway and away from Alastor. I was unable to fight back. No, I exclaimed desperately. Alastor snapped his fingers again and the front door was flung open, and I shot outside and fell on the ground that was full of dry leaves from the front garden. I felt the cold wind hitting my face. It took me a moment to see where I was. Oh my God! I heard someone scream and approach me at a fast pace. I discovered, to my surprise, that it was Mr. Penchas. I didn't quite understand about what he was doing there, but I didn't care at the time. I had to get back in the house. I tried to get to my feet, but I was unable to keep my balance, and I fell face down on the damp earth. Alastor! I yelled with my voice hoarse and my throat tight. The front door had slammed shut and the sound of the thick metal latch clicking had then reached my ears. My breath then hitched in a panic, but I still remained kneeling with my fists on the ground, and then I felt some impotence eating away at my body. My head was then spinning with resentment from the beatings that I had received, and the smell of the preservatives liquid that was on my clothes had made it difficult for me to concentrate. I then raised my eyes to the house. The sun had already set, leaving just a smear of gold on the horizon, and it would have been nearly pitch black outside if it had not been for the headlights of the green Bentley that was parked near me. I made a hasty attempt to get up, but I stumbled to the side and I fell again. "Charlotte," Mr. Penchas said, and he tried to stop me from my attempt to stand up, and he put his protective arm around my shoulders. "Charlotte, wait! Mr. Penchas?" I asked in surprise, and I looked at him for the first time. The man stared at me stunned. I have to go help Alastor," I said, pointing at the house with a trembling hand. "He will not be able to fight Michael Magna alone." Penchas's face twisted in pain and he covered his mouth with his free hand, but he didn't take his eyes off of me. His expression had then escalated into utter horror quickly. How? He stuttered with his chin trembling. His face was pale and he shook his head because he wasn't understanding this situation. Who could? I then recovered from the initial shock. I was forcing myself to concentrate. I had to hurry. I have to go back to the house, I said. And I tried to stand up again, but he refused to take his firm hand off of my shoulder and his forehead had then creased with concern. Alastor will need help to face him. No, you are not going anywhere, he told me decisively, but he didn't lose the fragility in his eyes which threatened to cry. You will come with me to the hospital. Right now. No, I exclaimed with my voice hoarse. Alastor can't fight Michael Magna alone. You have to let me go. I tried to slap him away from me, but he took my hand and he looked at me sternly. I'm not going to let Apple Daddy's daughter be in this condition, he said relentlessly. He was already unable to stop the tears from completely flooding his eyes. We'll go get you treated. Hearing my secret from Mr. Penchas shook me to the core. I stared at him, startled and strangely exposed, like a child caught up in a prank. How do you know? I said in a whisper. Mr. Penchas helped me to my feet and studied my face more closely for a moment. A flash of painful understanding lit his face. He gave me a wistful look. He put a trembling hand to his mouth, as he seemed to have trouble gesturing. He swept his hand roughly over his mouth and closed it into a fist. He pressed his fist against his lips. Then he heaved a shaky breath. He was trying to calm down, but tears were already streaming down his face freely. It's definitely you, he said with his voice trembling and regret was spilling all over his words. How was I such an idiot by not realizing you before? Little Charlotte, I have to go, I repeated with conviction, and I tried to wriggle out of him. Alastor needs me, but he took me firmly by the arm and started leading me to his car. Wait, I tried to fight. What are you doing? Charlotte, I don't know what's going on here, he said solemnly, but without stopping. But Alastor tasked me with taking you to safety, and that is what I intend to do. No, I exclaimed in a panic. Let me go. His lanky arms were stronger than they looked, and the damp dirt floor didn't help me in my attempt to put up a fight. But Mr. Penchas turned to me, took me by the shoulder, and looked me determinedly in the eye. I'm not going to leave you alone, he declared impatiently. I was completely confused. Mr. Penchas gritted his teeth as he breathed in roughly. His nostrils were flaring. I noticed that his lower lip was trembling. I thought you were dead twice, Charlotte, he told me sharply and with a note of desperation in his voice. Twice. Do you realize that? I blinked in surprise. They told me that you had died as a child from cholera, and although it was all a misunderstanding, sometime later Apple Daddy and Mrs. Lilith died. I couldn't visit you again since Michael kept you locked up in your house. And then they told me that Michael abandoned you when he fled to France. He contacted me by letters and the first thing I asked him was about you. He replied that you had been with him in France all this time, and that you were okay. He swallowed hard and looked down. He seemed to be bringing out everything that his wounded heart had been holding back. He gave a slight whimper and he sniffled. But the rumors on the dock were stronger. There were witnesses who claimed that you were handed over to some men on the day the ship sailed. And I tried to look for you on my own, but I never found anything. And after 2 years without hearing from you, then, I thought, I was already convinced that you were dead, Charlotte. He paused and swallowed again before looking back at me with determination and pain. I couldn't help but feel moved by that man. I knew that Mr. Penchas was a very noble-hearted person, but I never believed that he cared so much about me all that time. A pang of guilt hit me square in the heart and I regretted not telling him the truth from the beginning. And now that I know you're alive, I won't let you expose yourself, he continued sternly. In the memory of my dear friend Lucifer Magna and the Lady Lilith, I will not let you run into danger, Charlotte. And I, Sebastian Alexander Penchas, swear on my honor that I will not allow you to die, he concluded solemnly. I was completely shocked. Seeing him upset and out of his normal state of gleeful eccentricity was just as disconcerting as what he had just told me. He was going to tell me something else, but suddenly he stopped. Mr. Penchas widened his eyes and frowned. He turned to the house and whispered in dismay, "Something is burning." "What?" I whispered, and I felt fear tingling through my body. I sharpened my nose as much as I could, but I only noticed the cold late afternoon air and the herbal preservative on my clothes. I didn't smell any smoke, but I didn't dare to question Mr. Penches's words. If I could trust any of his qualities, it would be his keen sense of smell. He used to show off that particular ability at my father's meetings, or to whoever was willing to listen to him for a reasonable amount of time. Mr. Penches was able to detect a rotten egg in several dozen from several meters away, thanks to his trained sense of smell. Therefore, on this very moment, if he assured me that he could sense the smell of combustion from Alastor's residence, it was not a good sign. I then heard the sound of a gunshot and I immediately tried to free myself from Mr. Penches's grasp once again, to which he immediately resisted. "No, Charlotte," he countered, "Mr. Penches." I pleaded, "I have to go help Alastor." Mr. Penches looked at me in anguish, and an internal battle had reflected in his expression. "Please," I begged, almost crying, "I have to go, Mr. Penches. I couldn't live in peace if something happens to Alastor and I didn't do anything to help him." But, he tried to say, he was refusing with so much effort. "Please," I begged him. He then squeezed his eyes shut for a moment. He took a deep breath and he held his breath, and then he heaved an exasperated sigh. He then ran a hard hand from his eyes to the back of his neck, and he snorted. "It's okay," he said, finally defeated, "but I will go with you to see if something happens to you. Is that clear?" he pointed out. I bit my lip. I wanted to object. Putting Mr. Penches in danger was not in my plans, but it was the best option that I had at the moment. I didn't even know what to say to him. Was it appropriate to thank him for agreeing to accompany me on a suicide mission? "How will we enter?" he said, urgently. "There's a back door by the kitchen and—" I said seriously. Mr. Penches didn't wait for me to finish and he took me by the hand to lead me to the back of Alastor's house. I ran stumbling. I was unable to match the huge strides that he took with his long legs, and the darkness increased as we moved away from the headlights of Penches's car, and I was grateful to be able to move with the ease that I had from years of living in that house gave me, even without the proper light. I was completely nervous, but I had to keep a clear head if I wanted to be really useful. If Alastor's house was burning, I had an idea as to where the fire might have started. We reached the back of the house and we climbed up the small staircase until we were in front of the simple wooden door that had square stained glass windows. "It has internal latches, but no padlocks," I said while I swallowed painfully. He tried a couple of times to open it by using the handle, but to no avail. He then took a blue handkerchief from his jacket, he wrapped it around his fist, and then he smashed one of the panes with his fist. I looked at him amazed and worried that he might have hurt himself because of it. But he didn't check the state of his hand and he carefully inserted his hand between the broken glass. He was groping blindly, but he concentrated on trying to open the internal latches. A faint smell of burning wood reached me through the hole in the door. There really was something burning in the house. "How much latches does this man have?" he grumbled, while he made faces that absorbed in releasing all the locks. 7. Enough for an intruder to be detected by Alastor's shadow at night, giving him time to come down to teach an unlucky thief a lesson. But I didn't dare to interrupt him. Over the thumps and clicks of metal, I heard loud bleating coming from the barn, and I made out through the gloom of the figures of Razzle and Dazzle were leaping spiritedly and they were hitting the metal mesh in their excitement. They were calling me, and they were clearly happy to see me. My heart tightened at not being able to get close to them in such a delicate situation. I had missed them terribly during those weeks when I was away, but I was so happy to see them well and full of energy. I could barely give them a tremulous smile. When a couple of shots shattered the calm of the place, I ducked instinctively and Mr. Penches took his hand out of the door, and then he put an arm around my shoulder to protect me. A few moments later, we heard someone running up the stairs in a hurry. We remained crouched for a tense few seconds and our instincts had acute. Who was it that was running away? And who had fired? I looked at Mr. Penches and he gave me a look that said, "Now, what do we do?" But I was as lost as he was. Coming up with a plan on the fly was all we could do. praying to the god of our choice, although there was already a specific one who had his eye on me, and begged to get out in one piece, and helping Alastor was all we could do. I racked my brain for something I could use to our advantage. There had to be some weakness, some advantage to take. My aching head searched for all the possibilities in this intricate game of poker. I brought my clenched fist to my face in frustration, and the soft, worn cotton from the salt sack hit me in the face. The doll! I hadn't noticed that I had carried the sack tightly in my hand, and it was only Michael Magna's voice that broke the tense silence.
Ignis.
I clung to Mr. Penches's jacket instinctively, with almost paralyzing fear. The smell of burning wood intensified from moment to moment, and was joined by the obvious aroma of charred meat. Mr. Penches looked at me so confused, I thought he wouldn't be able to speak. "What's going on in there?" he whispered and looked at me worried. My free hand trembled and I inhaled deeply. I was holding on to the air in my lungs to let it out. I mentally berated myself for my panic attack. How was I going to face my uncle head-on if he made me shake like a leaf with just the sound of his voice? If I hadn't had the control of myself, just like when I did when facing a bunch of strangers on the stage at the first time of singing, it would be useless to be doing the exact opposite of what Alastor asked me to do. "Calm down, Charlotte." I jumped to my feet to peek through the window panes. There was no one in the kitchen, as far as I could see in the dim light through the hole on the door. I then reached through the hole, slid my hand down through the row of latches, and popped the last two locks that were left on the door. I then carefully opened the door and I entered the kitchen and I covered my face with my sleeve. The temperature of the place was comparable to having the oven on, and the smoke in the environment was dense enough to prevent correct visibility. I kept my head down in order to breathe better, and I moved based on the memory I had of the furniture in the room. While I adjusted my eyes to the dim light, the only light source was a dim orange light that came from the corridor, and the gas of combustion was so strong that it irritated my eyes. Mr. Penches came over to me. He was covering his nose and mouth with a handkerchief and he looked around the dim kitchen with concern. "What is burning so fast?" he told me quietly. Suddenly, the sound of someone calmly walking up the stairs had put us on alert. "LeBlance," we heard Michael exclaim in a conciliatory tone. I flattened myself against the wall, and I peered down the hallway, and I saw in horror that the smoke was coming from the opened basement door. The intense orange light that radiated was indicative that so much of the room had already been consumed by the flames. I covered my mouth to muffle a scream. The spell that Michael casted, added to the jars of the products that Alastor stacked in the workshop, had achieved the rapid spread of the fire. Mr. Penches walked up to me and he took my arm to drag me out of the door again. "This house will burn fast," Mr. Penches said urgently. "We don't have to fight." We suddenly heard Michael, who was now in the second floor. "Just give me that monstrosity, the one you call Charlotte, and I'll leave you alone." "They're up," Penches said eagerly. "Charlotte, I have to get you out of here. We will choke on the smoke." "I don't care about the reward for your capture," Michael said. "I just want to live in good health, and you want the life without going to prison." Mr. Penches handed me his handkerchief and I put it in my mouth to avoid coughing from the smoke. Tears brimmed in my eyes from helplessness and worry as I was sadly led to the rear exit. My hands were shaking. If the house continued to burn at this rate, it would end up in ashes in no time, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I didn't know how to extinguish that huge fire with magic, and the common methods would not be enough. Also, it would take too long for a fire crew to reach such a remote area. I couldn't help Alastor in those conditions. I couldn't do anything to help. "Isn't that a fair deal?" Michael concluded. He was trying to convince Alastor. Suddenly, the sound of consecutive gunshots that came from the second floor made us kneel on the ground instinctively. Alastor was using his shotgun. I would recognize that sound anywhere, and I wanted to believe that maybe, if Alastor had his weapon, he could have an advantage over Michael. I could trust his developed hunting instincts, but his ammunition would not be enough. He didn't leave spare parts in his bedroom. And the box. It was then that I stopped in my tracks and I dropped the handkerchief from my hand. My head lit up with an idea suddenly. I slipped out of Mr. Penches's grip and I went to the window above the dishwasher. I broke it wide open and the smoke immediately escaped and I took a breath of cool and fresh air from outside. "Charlotte," Penches said, and he coughed a couple of times from the smoke. "There is still something that we can do," I said, with bloodshot eyes. It was true that I couldn't stop the advance of the fire, nor was I at the level of magic that Alastor could handle. But Michael was in my territory and I knew the house like my own hand, as well as everything that was kept in it. With any luck, I could hold him long enough. I ran to the food cupboard and I opened the wooden door. I snapped my fingers and a small sphere of white light had appeared. It illuminated the interior of the cabinet. But right away, I found what I needed. The ornate red rectangular tin, which had contained the gunpowder that Alastor had used to make his hunting cartridges. It nestled between the flour and dried meat. The basement tended to be quite damp in the winter, so Alastor preferred to leave the can in the food pantry rather than store it in his workshop. That way he would have it more at hand in case of an emergency. And he was right on that point right now. I put the can in my coat pocket. I also took a box of matches and the metal salt shaker from the cabinet and I put them in my inner pocket. I then took one more look to see if I had anything else that could be useful right now. But what I had on me was the only useful things that I had on me. I turned to Mr. Penches, who was staring with his mouth agape at the sphere of light that was floating next to me. "Wah!" He tried to gesture and he pointed at the ball of light. But the sound of banging from upstairs interrupted him. I immediately took Mr. Penches's hand and handed him the bag with the doll in it. He looked at me confused. The dim light made him look even more livid. "Mr. Penches, don't let anything happen to what's in this sack," I said seriously. "My life depends on this." I then heard another crash. Something had fallen and broken. Mr. Penches's face suddenly moved from the sack to my face. He was being the picture of bewilderment right now. "Please wait outside," I ordered, and I took advantage of that moment to take a deep breath and run down the smoke-filled hallway while I held my breath. The heat had radiated as I passed through the basement door and the little light had followed me. It hovered at my shoulder height. "Charlotte!" Mr. Penches had yelled behind me, but I didn't stop. I banged on the basement door with my arm and I closed it on the way. That would slow the smoke down a bit from filling the house. I walked up the stairs as quietly as I could. As the rumblings grew louder, I peeked out into the second-floor hallway, on all fours, from the top step. The smoke wasn't as thick in this part of the house, to my momentary relief, and I blew out a breath. The wooden walls had been pierced by bullets from Alastor's shotgun, and everything indicated that the fight was taking place in the main room. I sighed and my ball of light disappeared into thin air. "What's up, LeBlance?" I heard Michael say sarcastically. "I thought you would fight seriously." The noises were beastly. Suddenly, I heard the sound of glass breaking. Something had smashed against the wall, hard. I crept closer and peeked through one of the holes on the wall. The light that still radiated from Mr. Penches's car from the outside was the only thing that allowed me to distinguish them in the middle of the darkness. I could see Alastor clinging to the wall by the window. The curtains were torn and the glass was broken, and a huge grotesque shadow in the form of a spectral dog that loomed menacingly. It kept Alastor at bay. I pursed my lips to suppress an exclamation of astonishment. I had never seen Michael using something so corporeal and offensive. I had no idea that the shadow could lift itself off the ground. I wondered how much magic it took to do that, and what sacrifices that Michael had made to achieve that feat. I watched Alastor, and what I feared was becoming real. He seemed on the verge of a nervous breakdown. His breathing was rapid and erratic. He was also grinning and he gritted his teeth. And he didn't take his eyes off the shadow dog. His stooped posture reminded me of an animal cornered by a huge predator. He was holding onto the rifle as tight as a baseball bat. I suspected that he had run out of ammunition, but he hoped to land a hit on whoever dared to cross his path. But the spectral dog did not attack him. Rather, it seemed to be stalking him. It was probably waiting for the right moment. But there was something that prevented him from acting. Something similar was protecting Alastor. Black tentacles were surrounding Alastor to protect him. Those things had protruded from the ground and they danced menacingly. They were lashing out at random places to keep the dog away from its carrier, and I could bet my arm that the strange shield was Alastor's shadow. A momentary relief had hit my chest. Alastor was still alive, and that was the important thing. But from my hiding place, I couldn't see Michael. Although I had no doubt that he didn't take his eyes off of Alastor's movements, he was definitely expecting to make an attack as soon as Alastor lets his guard down. "Are you going to stay there until you pass out?" Michael said with contempt. I tensed up when I heard that voice. It was true. If Alastor continued like this, he would collapse before he knew it. That dog must be the same one that he had faced from last time, and it must have managed to get out alive by sheer luck. I had to help him. I put my mind into gear and made a mental map of the room, and along with what I could see, the bed had the headboard to the north, the wardrobe was against the east wall, and a small desk was by the broken window. Had something been thrown out? The dog tried to lunge at Alastor, and the shadow tried to impale it with a tentacle, but the dog managed to dodge it by lunging backwards, and it crouched down. It was expecting to attack at any moment. Alastor had a wild streak to him. He was ready to attack the dog at any provocation. "You are pathetic," Michael said to Alastor. I began to look through the hole to see what else that Alastor had in his room. I saw a carpet, some mantel decorations, and a record player. But the nightstand wasn't in its place where it was supposed to be at. But that seemed to be all of what Alastor had in his room. Suddenly, something changed. I stood very still as Michael's shadow sniffed the air. I watched in horror as the dog turned his head to look directly at me through the hole in the wall. I was paralyzed. He had realized that I was there. I then felt my heart pounding in my ears. I was scared, but I didn't hide. That specter was looking at me with dead eyes, like it wanted something from me. It was longing and expectant at what I could do. He had somehow found out about my presence. Alastor's strong and irregular breathing that was coming from the other side of the wall was the only thing that indicated to me that the time was still running. "What's wrong with you, stupid?" I heard grumpy Michael say. I snapped out of my trance and I snapped my fingers and I threw my arm down. It was now or never. The crash of the wardrobe falling to the floor echoed through the house. Michael's gasp made me understand that this was my time to act. My primal instinct to flee was replaced by the enormous grudge, and the desire for revenge had branched out, like poison ivy, into my heart. I wanted Michael to suffer. I snapped my fingers again, and again, and again. I moved the furniture in Alastor's room with my snaps of magic. It seemed as if the entire room was being shaken down by a violent earthquake. The bed moved a meter from its place, and the record player went flying until it crashed against the opposite wall. I couldn't see where Michael was at, but I hoped that one of those pieces of furniture might have knocked him, or stun him, or even kill him. I wasn't even looking through the hole anymore. I had my eyes closed tightly. I was holding back my tears. I poured out my hate in every attack. Every horrible thing that my uncle had done to me ran through my head. All the years I lost because of him forcing me to be locked up in the mansion. Every night I cried until I fell asleep, because I didn't understand about what I did wrong to deserve their contempt. No matter how well I behaved, each lash on my back marked forever by those to whom he wanted to give me to save himself. My heart was so agitated that it ached from the incessant pounding against my ribs. Rage had blinded me to the point where for a fleeting moment, I had forgotten that I could have also had injured Alastor as well. I knew now that this moment of distraction had been a success, because the next thing I saw was Alastor stumbling across the threshold of his room. He looked up and searched wildly for something in the darkness of the hallway. My heart jumped when our eyes met. I stopped my attacks at that precise moment. Alastor seemed to be confused and surprised to see me, but he immediately ran at me. He moved barely a couple of steps before the huge shadow dog had charged out of the room, and it charged Alastor against the wall, and it was clawing at him before Alastor could straighten up, but then he dropped to all fours on the floor. "LeBlance!" Michael yelled furiously. Alastor had then turned towards it, and he raised his arm that caused the black tentacles to come out of the ground, to pierce the dog in the air. Alastor lowered both arms, and then he raised them, and with that, His shadow had hit the dog on the floor and on the ceiling. The animal had then writhed, soundless, skewered, and helpless. Then Michael appeared to be leaning on the door frame with a loud gasp, and I saw clearly with my eyes thanks to the projected light of the spotlight. I saw the sudden youth in Michael's face. His face could not be part of a hallucination like the one I had had a while ago. That gaunt face that he had when he tried to choke me earlier in the basement was how he should have looked like right now. How was it possible that he had looked at least a decade younger earlier? Michael's eyes widened when he noticed my presence, and a nasty smile spread across his face. "There you are, you sick fuck," he said triumphantly, and then he snapped his fingers. The shadow dog began to undo, and the shadow that made it up drained to the ground like tar. Alastor turned to me and took my hand to lead me down the stairs in a frantic run. I went down the steps, almost slipping because of the speed and the poor visibility at night, but aware that Michael was keeping up with us. I heard Alastor snap his fingers and the sound of the front door bolted open. Upon reaching the first floor, we were met with smoke from the fire that continued to expand in the basement, and I started coughing. The air was unbreathable and I couldn't see anything. Smoke began to escape through the front door, and the headlights of Penchas's car had met our faces. We were about to cross the entrance, but we suddenly heard Michael coming down the stairs. His feet were resounding on the wood, but before we could take a step out of the house, a huge black dog's head came out of the ground and it grabbed Alastor's calf. I screamed when I saw Alastor fall and groan in pain. The dog did not let go, but it was sinking its fangs firmly into Alastor's skin, and it had ripped the fabric of his pants. The wraith's head then began to shake violently. It was gripping on Alastor's leg mercilessly. Alastor struggled and he tried to kick the dog, and his face was one of the genuine faces of fear. His greatest fear wouldn't let him run away, and his short and erratic breaths had showed his desperation. "Let him go!" I yelled, completely unwisely. I then kicked at the side of the wraith. My head and my heart were shaken on the spot. When I heard clearly of the cry of many people in my mind in less than a blink, voices filled with pain and anger was in my mind. I was dimly aware, in my daze, that the dog's head had gone numb, but it hadn't released its grip on Alastor's leg. But then Alastor had reacted, and he then took advantage of that distraction. He took the knife out of his jacket and, with a maniacal grin and wild eyes, he rammed the blade hard between the dog's eyes. The knife then gave the way as the shadow's corporeal form melted to the ground like resin. I took a step back and I bumped into the stair railing. I was trembling and confused. I then looked everywhere. I was expecting to find these people in the midst of the smoke from the fire, which was already streaming in from the basement door, but I didn't see anyone else in the house. Alastor had put the knife away with a trembling hand and proceeded to clutch his leg tightly. I approached him to see the wound. The row of wounds formed a crescent across his calf, and they had been in quite deeply, judging by the copious amount of blood that was soaking through his socks. Alastor couldn't walk in those conditions. "Get out of here, Charlotte," he muttered, but he was unable to hide the tremor in his voice. Before I could reply, I watched in horror as Alastor was lifted into the air by an unseen force. He was inches up from the ground, and he was thrown backwards ferociously through the entrance of the room, and he fell to the floor near the sofa. "Alastor!" I exclaimed scared, and I ran to him. Alastor struggled to get up on his forearms. I crouched down next to him to help him up. "I still had a couple of tricks," said Michael, going down the stairs at a good trot. "You are ridiculous with your fear of dogs, LeBlance. Leave him alone," I yelled at him furiously. Michael had looked at me with contempt for a brief moment when he approached us, and with a wave of his hand, he lifted Alastor off the ground again. He lifted him several feet into the air, and he almost brushed him on the ceiling this time. In the dim light outside, Michael's shadow could be seen grabbing Alastor's by the collar of his shirt. It was immobilizing Michael. Michael then used his free hand to reach inside his jacket, and he pulled out a revolver. I pounced on him on the spot. "No," I yelled, and I grabbed him by the arm. But he shoved me aside, and he knocked me down very hard. "Stay out of these things, because you don't understand these things." He snapped at me, and he was spitting out saliva everywhere. I landed on the floor. I hit the right side of my body very hard, and my temple throbbed again. But that wasn't important at the moment. If no one is willing to break the protection, I will eliminate the one who had put the spell on the doll, he said as he loaded his gun with his thumb. I turned my head and anger rose in my heart. I looked around the room and concentrated with all my might. I snapped my fingers and I raised my arm, like if I was lifting something very heavy. And the piano moved and it dragged across the living room floor with such force that it hit Michael squarely. It propelled him until he was pinned against the wall. Michael cried out in pain. To try to understand the strange situation in which he found himself in, I got up to my knees. I raised my hands and mimed the air, like I was pushing something really heavy and huge, and so it felt like it. I gritted my teeth, and I let out a groan at how much work it was to move something of that caliber. The piano had pressed closer to the wall and it squeezed Michael's stomach at the height of the keys. Ugh! He groaned breathlessly as the piano keys clicked at random and out of tune as they collided with his body. I let out a breath sharply. My hands were shaking and I also felt myself shaken by an enormous emotion, along with the realization of the effort that I had put in. I was breaking my own limits that was guided by the heat of the situation, but forcing myself in something as new as magic and with things that I still didn't fully control, could it pass the bill? Alastor then fell to the ground on his knees. He was straddling and he was coughing up all the smoke that he had inhaled. I got up and I went over to him. Alastor complained as he slipped a hand under his glasses and pressed his thumb and index finger over his eyes, but he was still coughing compulsively. Come on, Alastor, I spluttered through clenched teeth, and I tried to get him to the exit. But he was much heavier than he appeared. I told you to stay safe, sweetheart. He answered me in a stern and panting tone. He was getting weaker from his feet. Complain later. I rebuked him, with a mixture of fear and urgency. This was neither the place nor the time to discuss it. Neither did the fact that he had a hard hand on the matter, considering that I had just saved his life twice. I just wanted to put him in a safe place before Michael could escape from the grip of the piano. At my feet, I saw Alastor's shadow move in circles. It was awaiting for orders. I clung to Alastor and looked at the ground. Shadow, I called. Help me get him out of here, please. The sudden cry of Michael giving the piano a push and letting it fall to the floor with the ghostly resonance of its dead keys was the last thing we heard before Alastor's shadow dragged us out of the house and dropped us on the damp earth outside. The night air filled our lungs and it had replaced the soot that we had been breathing in all along. Alastor and I were coughing violently to the point where my chest hurt and my tongue was dry. My throat was tight and it took me a few moments to regain control of my ragged breathing. I was then gasping for clean air. My eyes stung and my nostrils were burning. We had been exposed to too much smoke pollution. Alastor, however, was still coughing and he raised his arm to snap his fingers and the front door slammed shut. He snapped his fingers again and then a familiar orange light had appeared through the closed curtains on the living room windows. I frowned confused. The fire in the fireplace had been lit. I looked at Alastor and the hairs on the back of my neck had stood up. His expression was full of grudge and pain. He looked like a large predator that was wounded in his pride and on the edge of a cliff, with no other escape than the option that was offered to him. He probably got a difficult but inevitable decision to make. What are you doing? I said with my voice hoarse. Then Alastor had straightened up, but his knees were still on the ground. He studied the house for a moment. Then he squeezed his eyes shut, only to open them again instantly, and he whispered with determination.
Ignis.
The light that had radiated from inside the house was so powerful that it illuminated all over of the surroundings with a strong yellow color. The fire from inside the room had increased to such an extent that the shock waves shattered the window panes until they exploded. Broken glass was scattered on the ground and they were reflecting the colors of the flames. I stumbled to my feet and covered my mouth with both hands in complete disbelief at what was happening. I then saw that the house was releasing a big amount of gray smoke from the broken windows, and the flower-patterned curtains had already been reached by the fire and they were being calcined on the spot. I couldn't believe it. Alastor himself had started a new source of fire within his own house. The magnitude of the power that was conjured in the wooden house would cause the structure to be reduced to ashes in no time. Suddenly, an agonized scream came from inside the house. I then froze with my heart pounding to pay attention. Michael was suffering. I listened as he screamed in rage and in pain from being trapped and injured by the fire. The noises of the altered animals in the barn had made the environment even more chaotic and shocking. There was no way in hell that someone inside could escape alive. Alastor! I shrieked in anguish, and I looked up at him. Why? I asked in surprise, but Alastor had remained in a tense silence. I expected him to turn to me and give me a knowing smile and a wink with the characteristic calm of someone who has everything coldly calculated. From someone who had weighed all the variants to be able to get out of the most difficult situation. I expected him to leniently tell me that I shouldn't over-worry about something that he had already figured out and contemplated. But none of that happened. Alastor had remained on his knees quietly, and he watched his residence burn with narrowed eyes and without looking away, with the brightness of the fierce fire that had reflected in his glasses. He swallowed hard, and he took a heavy sigh. His expression was resigned. His breathing was still labored, and his hands were clenched into fists, and they were trembling with anger. Alastor's shadow hovered at his feet and circled very restlessly. He seemed to be attuned to the wearer of it, like sensing the storm of emotions from its owner. I looked back at the house. I was dismayed. Alastor wanted at all costs to limit Michael Magna's chances of escape, and that included destroying the place where Michael was and closing all the exits. Suddenly, the sound of a shot was cutting through the air and the uproar in the corral increased. I moved closer to Alastor instinctively, and he tried to get to his feet, but he failed to do so. "Beware, mate," he said to his shadow, and then we saw a familiar face coming in a hurry from the back of the house. And in a way we were relieved to see him. Alastor! Charlotte! He was screaming. It was Mr. Pentious, but he was not alone. Strangely, Razzle and Dazzle came running with him. Also, a few chickens ran terrified in all directions, until they were lost from sight among the trees. The goats were faster than Mr. Pentious when they saw me. They pounced on me with such enthusiasm that they made me stumble. They bleated full of joy, and they were looking for my hands with their heads, so that I could caress them. "Mr. Pentious!" I exclaimed. "You are safe," Mr. Pentious said, with relief. He had a huge smile of happiness, but it was fading as he approached. "Oh my God," he said with his mouth agape and worried. "You need to be taken to the hospital right now. Are you okay?" I asked Pentious anxiously. "As ever as this old heart can be," he said as he widened his eyes and he made a face. Razzle was the most enthusiastic, and she wanted to stick her muzzle inside my coat. "You bothered to get the animals out of the pen?" I said, touched. "I saw that the fire grew a lot and I couldn't resist them," Pentious said with a tight smile. "I used my gun to break the lock." And then he showed me his elegant and shiny revolver. "Oh, that would explain the shot," I said. "There's a lot of things that you have to explain to me," he said in a more serious tone. I frowned and looked away. It was fair up to a point, but I didn't know about how much I could really tell him without him considering us to deserve jail time or a madhouse. Maybe Alastor could use a pact of silence on him too. Any option was better than a possible addition of Mr. Pentious's name to the list of future victims of the vigilante. "Pentious, why didn't you take Charlotte as I ordered?" Alastor said with severity. "That's what I told her to do," Pentious countered as he scratched the back of his neck in frustration. "But she insisted on going to help you. I was emphatic that you take her to a safe place," Alastor remarked sulkily. Sir Pentious cocked his head in annoyance at Alastor and he snorted. "Let's see. And did you really expect her to obey me?" he pointed out incredulously. "Do you even know how stubborn the Magna can be?" Alastor suddenly had an accusatory look at me. "I never said that I was okay with leaving you alone," I defended myself defiantly. Mr. Pentious pointed at me with both of his hands and arched his eyebrows with a meaningful look. "You see?" he said. Alastor shot Pentious an impatient look, but he said nothing more. Instead, he tried to get to his feet once more, and I offered him a hand to help him steady himself. I was sure that he would not be willing to agree with Mr. Penchus about personal stuff. My goodness, Penchus exclaimed while looking at Alastor's injured leg. Can you walk? I'll need some help for a while, he admitted. Mr. Penchus nodded and holstered his revolver in his belt. My condolences about your house, Alastor, he said in a somber tone. I have never seen a fire spread so fast. Alastor turned to the house silently. Charlotte, Penchus told me nervously. Is Mr. Michael Magna? I sighed and touched my neck. My skin was still aching. With any luck, yes. I confessed quietly. He did that to you? He asked in a whisper of indignation. I nodded. I then felt some tears filling up in my eyes. Penchus then rubbed his hand over his face, and he snorted while he shook his head. We stood in tense silence as we watched the house burn. Penchus sighed ruefully and looked at me. It's good to know that he can't cause any more trouble, he whispered uncomfortably. I definitely agreed with him. By the way, Charlotte, Penchus said, frowning and confused, from and where did you manage to get out in the end? I was waiting for you at the back of the house, just like you said. Razzle and Dazzle clung to my legs insistently, but I had stopped caressing them. I looked at Mr. Penchus in horror. I just realized that what I was looking for was nowhere in my sight. Mr. Penchus, I said, with a small voice. Where is the sack that I asked you to take care of? Oh, the pretty doll that was in the sack, he said confidently while he fingered his belt, but then he noticed that he wasn't carrying anything. I had it right here. OMG, I must have dropped it when I was in charge of the corral. He excused himself. The bag, Alastor said, and he immediately turned to me and then to Penchus, frowning. A shiver ran down my spine when I found the variant that neither Alastor nor I considered Mr. Penchus. The man flung up his hands nervously to placate Alastor. Oh, but don't worry, he said hastily while he took a few steps in the direction of the house. If that doll is so important, I'll go find it. Mr. Penchus, I said in a wide-opened eyes panic. The back door was left open? I thought you guys would go out from there, he said, frowning. That's why I didn't. Suddenly, Mr. Penchus froze and his eyes had widened in confusion. Razzle and Dazzle then scrambled out of sight. What hap? He muttered and he started to hyperventilate. It seemed that he couldn't move a single muscle. He was frozen on the spot. Then, with trembling hands, he drew his weapon with both hands and aimed it at Alastor. Help, he said, completely terrified. A tentacle reached out of the ground and grabbed Penchus's wrists together and it raised the weapon. The bullets had trajectory pointed upwards as he fired twice. The expression on Penchus's face was one of utter horror. Wow, what? He was babbling, with tears in his eyes. Something black had appeared on the ground, and it tried to push the tentacle back, and it was trying to force it to sink. That thing bubbled like tar at Mr. Penchus's feet. Suddenly, in the midst of the struggle and with trembling hands, Mr. Penchus had put the barrel of the revolver in his mouth. No, I yelled. Mr. Penchus's eyes were wide with utter terror, and he pulled the trigger. He squeezed it several times, but nothing came out. Mr. Penchus had inhaled and exhaled with his mouth open. His breath had hit the gun. He was absolutely desperate. Go, Alastor yelled. Alastor's shadow fell into Mr. Penchus's shadow on the ground, and it illuminated by the light of the fire. There was now a battle between spectral beings. Suddenly, something black and tar-like bubbled on the floor. Tentacles protruded at times, only to be sunk in again by some spectral hand trying to subdue it. It held Penchus's shadow in its grip, while Alastor's shadow battled in an attempt to free him. Charlotte, stay back, Alastor told me while he leaned on his good knee to keep himself upright. I looked at Mr. Penchus with concern. He was wild-eyed. He stood still and he did not move a single muscle. He was frozen in time. But the muscles that were on his face seemed to be the only thing that wasn't paralyzed. His hands were locked tightly around his revolver, but he'd managed to close his mouth and get far enough away from the barrel of the gun to speak. At the time, I couldn't help but compare that situation to the way when Alastor had killed his victims as the vigilante. Something's got me, Penchas said with his voice cracking. And then there was a shot, but not from Penchas's gun. Rather, it came from behind him. Mr. Penchas's empty revolver fell to the ground. Mr. Penchas took a hesitant step forward from being able to move again. He was breathing heavily, and he began to sweat. He sank to his knees and he groaned loudly in pain. Suddenly, a scream of horror had tore from my throat. Mr. Penchas hunched over on the ground and he had exposed a bloody hole in his suit on his right shoulder. His hat fell to the ground and his thick hair had covered his face. "Mr. Penchas!" I exclaimed while I crouched down to be at his height. Alastor was searching for the bullet's trajectory quickly, and he had stepped forward protectively. Mr. Penchas passed his hand over where the bullet had landed on and he saw his palm smeared in red. His expression was one of complete bewilderment. Someone had the audacity to dare to shoot him from behind. That bullet was to kill. It was not a warning. Cold sweat began to run down my back. Only someone I knew could have perpetrated such a cowardly act. Looking up, I noticed how Michael was coming. He staggered and he had a gun in his hand. "I failed," he said with contempt and with a hoarse voice. I covered my mouth with my hand. That bastard was still alive, but he was barely standing, because he was very hurt. In the firelight, I could see that part of his face was raw, and a part of his long hair was completely burned off on one side of his head and down to the roots of his scalp. He had a cinched sleeve that showed a reddened, scorched, and blistered patch that was clutching to one side of his abdomen. I suspected that he had at least broken one rib from the flat blow. His clothes gave off threads of smoke. They indicated that he was still burning. Then he began to cough violently and he covered his face with his forearm. At the time, he withdrew his sleeve and the blood that came out of his mouth had mixed with his tangled beard. Michael then took a few steps with a limp in our direction. "My friend, can you still take one last round?" Alastor said in the direction of his shadow. Suddenly, the shadow had slipped out from under his clothes and Alastor had straightened up confidently, and he leaned on his injured leg as if he was completely healed. "Charlotte, get Penchas out of here," he ordered me and he took his knife out. I hesitated for a moment, but seeing Mr. Penchas on the ground, with blood running down his back, I couldn't refuse to help him. I took Mr. Penchas's good arm and I put it around my shoulders, and I also put my hand on his waist to help him steady himself. He was quite a bit heavier than I expected him to be. His wounded arm fell limply to his side, and I prayed with all my might that he had some first aid kit in his car. "Come please," I said urgently. "I'll get you to safety in your car and I'll take care of your injuries." He groaned when he managed to take a few steps with me. His lips trembled and his eyes seemed wide. What happened to me?" he said weakly. "I'm cold and something was forcing me to move. I had no control of my body and You will be fine," I said, trying to convince himself from my own words. "Alastor will handle Michael." "What's going on?" he muttered with a broken and desperate voice. "Who are you really?" I felt so sorry for him that my chest was hurting so much. We both had stumbled a few meters to his car. I couldn't live in peace, because of knowing that something worse could happen to Mr. Penchas for being involved in all of this from his noble attempt to help us. I was on a mission to get him to safety as soon as possible right now. But suddenly, I felt the cold edge of a knife on my side. Chapter 24, Thanatos.
Do you know how much I love you? I love you more than anything in this world.
It had throbbed and it had vibrated, and everything was rumbling. Everything in my head was an unconnected image that were wild and broken right now, like a rough whisper that was on the back of my neck that was swaying and hot. Nothing seemed to make sense, and right now I only had one goal in my mind, and that was to kill the man that was in front of me. He had to die right now.
I won't let anything bad happen to you, my son.
My blood pressure was through the roof. My pulse had pounded in my eardrums as I scrambled across the muddy ground, and the scent of charred wood had tickled my nostrils right now. Reality had blurred around the edges and my primitive state of survival had kept my senses alert. The familiar weight of my knife that was in my hand had served as an anchor to reality. and the tight skin on my cheeks had made my smile harder to maintain. Everything was happening. Pulse. It was not an illusion. Pulse. And everything was real.
Your days will not end up like this.
Memories that were not summoned spontaneously had manifested in my mind. My mother's voice was the protagonist among the dizzying snippets of my memories that had crowded tumultuous and messy in front of me. She was calling out my name and to her ancestors in prayer, without being able to define when she had dedicated that distressing plea to me, or why her voice sounded like she was whispering in my ear through tears.
I will only ask you for one thing.
The shivering had warmed my shadow to slip under my clothes from my calf, and it was now up and crawling to my cheeks. I could now feel it pressing every muscle into my skin. It covered every bit of flesh, and it was clinging like a spectral shield over my body, and it was protecting me from any physical attack. I didn't think I'd get a chance to use that technique at some point, because of how exhausting it was, but it had now greatly limited its time of use. But I couldn't deny its effectiveness. It was now using that same ability, and my faithful shadow companion had managed to stop the bullet from the death of Katie's gun, and she was lying burning in the basement of my house right now. And the second time it was draining my energy to my alarming levels.
Live well, my Alastor.
I was in pain from the throbbing pain that was in my left calf from the bite of Michael Magna's shadow dog, and my mouth was now feeling the rusty taste of blood. It had told me that I was reaching the limit of my physical capabilities. The only reason why I was still standing without collapsing was because of my will, and the extra support that my shadow had given to my leg to keep me upright. But it didn't work as an anesthetic, and I felt the sting of the cut in my muscle with every movement.
Regardless of the cost.
The heat from the house fire had soaked in my face and in my chest, and the scent of burning wood was beginning to fill the place. That invoked fire had burned all my bridges. I knew it, and I had executed it as the last resort to put an end to that whole situation. But apparently it had been useless. The orange light that had emitted by my burning house clearly illuminated the emaciated silhouette of Michael Magna. Some of his charred clothing had gave off a thin line of smoke, and his left arm was raw red and blistered. Part of his face was also badly burned, and part of his hair was gone, leaving only red patches at his temple. The hard features of his face had become riddled with lines that hadn't been there minutes ago. The lost years returned to be present in his face. That momentary youth that he had obtained by absorbing Katie's life energy was draining away from all the magic that he had wasted on the shadow dog. Michael Magna kept one hand under his jacket. He was also firmly holding the right side of his thorax. I suspected that he had at least broken one rib from Charlotte hitting him with the piano. He was panting heavily, and a trickle of saliva was hanging from his lower lip. Michael's eyes were fixed on me. They were unblinking and bloodshot. He wouldn't dare to move because he knew that if he averted his gaze to where Charlotte and Penchas were, I would immediately attack him. I was hoping that Charlotte could get Penchas to the Bentley as soon as possible, and that Sir Idiot would be able to drive to get them both to safety. "Why do you protect her?" Michael said suddenly with a raspy voice of a tight and breathless throat which had lacked for clean air, and it needed it urgently. I watched him carefully. Michael remained rigid and defensively. He was waiting for any movement on my part to protect himself. Very different from the war stance that he was on when he had cornered me with the damn dog in my own room, or like when he tried to murder me in an alley weeks ago. However, this time there was personal business involved. And knowing that I was the author of the protection spell on Charlotte's doll, I had to be removed from the way at all costs. An absurd question, I countered coldly. Michael Magna frowned and he looked at me suspiciously. I hated to admit that I had overlooked a detail when I was imposing that protection on Charlotte. I had tried to keep her away from some kind of call from the beyond without intending it. I had also been protecting her from her uncle, as a side effect that brought quite a few benefits, and that I was not aware of it until much later. Thanks to the doll, Charlotte had been safe all this time. Michael Magna had raised an eyebrow skeptically after a moment's reflection. "Oh no," he whispered in amazement, and a nasty smirk had formed at the corner of his parched lips. "Really? You? With her?" The way he had referred to Charlotte was the way he would have talked about to a piece of putrid meat, It had made my stomach churn with indignation. I was silent, and he snorted. "You're sick," he blurted out in disgust. "Why are you still alive?" I said coldly and frowning. His arrogant smile was disgusting. "You don't think I'm alone, do you?" he said quietly. "Debts must be paid." I had supposed at first that it was the spirits who wished to collect Charlotte's promised soul on their own account, that they had become impatient for not satisfying the desire to have her from the deal that we had. I thought that their plan was to make Charlotte sleepwalk to them and force her to get the doll out of the salt altar. But in every trance her destination had never been the basement. On the contrary, Charlotte's steps were always guided by that external force from outside the house. I had been baffled at first, and weeks of fruitless pondering had followed with no satisfactory answers. But it was the day that Charlotte and I had gone to the cemetery and we had entered the Magna Mausoleum. That's when I understood everything. A memory of simpler times was all I needed to connect with everything that had been happening right under my nose. Apple Daddy's account of Charlotte and how she had been dead for a few hours in her childhood. That anecdote that had remained buried in my memory for a decade. It had came to the surface again at the moment of seeing the tremor in Charlotte's hands when she held that tombstone that was never used by her. An exquisite memorandum that spared no expense when it was made in bronze. Too valuable and strange. And yet it was still there, forgotten and useless after so many years. It was resting in the hole and it was waiting for the corpse of a girl who returned alive from her journey across the sea, as if someone had thrown that plate with force and rage to the bottom of the grave. And someone had not even bothered to remove it despite the value of the material from which it was forged. Someone who yearned for the death of the Magna's only heir had been furious that day. The dilapidated state of the Magna Mausoleum, upon arrival, evidenced of how inconsiderate time was with the forgotten. No one had set foot in that place in years, and the upkeep of the tombs seemed to leave the one in charge careless, with the scent of resentment and revenge among the layers of dust and withered flowers. However, time gave him reasons to change his plans, and he realized that the only Magna heir had to stay alive so that she could die. An absurd contradiction, but it was real. And at that moment, that person was in front of me. "I don't believe your shit, LeBlance." Michael spat and he shot a look of contempt at me. "I don't think it never crossed your mind to sacrifice her and to have her so close." He then spat blood on the ground again. "You were tempted to kill her too, weren't you?" He scoffed while he raised his chin. "I saw you had part of the grimoire, you wretch. Did you steal it?" I gripped the handle of my knife so hard that my nails dug into my palms. When I look at him carefully, it was almost impossible for me to assimilate that this wreck of a man had the same blood as Charlotte and Apple Daddy. Michael Magna did not seem to have an iota of that nobility and warmth in his miserable soul that his younger twin and his niece did have. On the contrary, it was clear that members of the same family might not have anything in common. Memories of the moments that were shared with Apple Daddy began to fit together and make sense to me like pieces of an intricate puzzle from that day in the mausoleum. Everything he had told me about the high price that he was willing to pay to see his daughters smile again, and that it had been possible thanks to the knowledge that had contained in the grimoire of the Magna. And I wanted to study that book ever since Apple Daddy told me about it. That compilation of spells had possessed a different and fascinating type of magic. But much more dangerous sinisters were coming from the old world, very different from the one that my mother had been teaching me since my childhood, and it had its origins on the African continent. That's why I found it so attractive and I wanted to learn it too. And as I taught Charlotte magic, I had the opportunity to see the strange affinity inherited from her with the Book of the Magna. Apple Daddy always seemed to be someone extremely correct and educated. He had always wanted to earn his own ways and he hadn't even looked at the book very closely. His time was divided between work and his family. That's why he wanted to have someone educated in the subject who could take a look at the writings and contribute to the investigation for him. And basically I became his apprentice. With patience, I had earned Apple Daddy's trust, and he had allowed me to examine some of the sheets. I studied them hard, and even though I had no difficulties with dedication and a Latin dictionary at hand, I made almost no inaccuracies. my research for the book progressed little by little. It was all fascinating and confusing, even though it was full of fantastic spells from simple to complex. I knew that this book had passed from owner to owner for generations, and the enriched with the research of each bearer had definitely been experimented with each spell to get different results over the decades. The texts that was in a dead language were full of scribbles that were in ink on the margins of the sheets with different styles of calligraphy that was in French, and notes and underlined words were from different people and different times. But above all, there were warnings about the more complex spells, and the strangest one was this one that was called
Ne payez pas l'enfant plus tard. Agony.
I could never understand that one. Some spells had a high cost in animal lives, from a couple of rats through foxes to horses. The greater the request to be made, the greater the sacrifice that had to be delivered. But it had increased considerably in effectiveness if it was human lives that were used in exchange for power. Lives of people that I was not willing to use in all those years, that my friend had entrusted me with something so extraordinary, and taking advantage of that situation seemed dishonorable. I had opportunities, obviously, like orphaned children, beggars, women who offered their services on the cold nights of New Orleans, and all the individuals that no one would miss and that the police would soon consider an unfortunate but unimportant case. However, I never dared to cross the line of what was socially acceptable, no matter how promising the profit was. I wouldn't dirty my hands with those who didn't deserve it. And back then, I didn't have a way to reach those whom I could give a slow and painful death to. I preferred to stay away from the fringes of the law and stick to deer hunting, so that my new spells would be more than decently effective. I always tried to have a good and decent life. I was always in the comfort zone and I was always safe regardless of the cost. My life was like this for years, without much concern about getting out of the established and expected margins, until I ran into Charlotte in that woods, the true owner of the grimoire and the only one who could have access to that power without having to make any sacrifices in return. And my life had changed at that moment when I loaded my rifle on those men who wanted to murder my friend's daughter, and I had decided to return the favor to Apple Daddy's kindness. I had saved that girl from her imminent end. I was acting completely out of my limits for an act that I considered a greater good than my sin. It would only be that one time. Nobody would know and nobody would miss them. It was perfect. I just pulled the trigger and they were gone. And the rush of emotions that I felt was indescribable and terrifying. Rescuing Charlotte was the beginning of a long road ahead, and turning my shadow into a spectral ally had been a consequence of the first 3 kills that I had made in the woods to save Charlotte. I was excited and terrified in equal parts. I still did not understand the wave of emotions that had invaded me to feel the free risk of myself and me for being the executioner of those despicables who tried to desecrate Charlotte. So, I wished for a little more power after seeing the very satisfactory results that I obtained. Just a little more, still with that tight feeling that dug its nails into my heart every time I strayed from the path of the decent and correct life that I had tried to lead. I thought it would be a matter of days before someone else showed up looking for the last of the Magnas. It could have been some henchman, some retaliation for unfinished business. Basically, it could have been someone or something. Then I would have a chance to take down another undesirable. But no one came, and my hopes had quickly died when the rumors had spread of the flight of Michael Magna and his wife to France, and the abandonment of their niece, whom everyone already thought was dead. I immediately set my sights on Charlotte as a potential sacrificial victim. No one had knew that she was still alive and that she was taking refuge in a house on the outskirts of the city. But killing a defenseless young girl was not up for my discussion. Besides, she was the daughter of my late friend, and committing such a reprehensible act was not something I was willing to do. That was when I decided that Charlotte had to doom herself. Out of respect for the memory of Apple Daddy and because I would not do anything against innocence, I would appeal to her curiosity and to her hunger to know about everything she had missed in her years of confinement and constant surveillance. I would take care of her as long as necessary, until she would succumb to her thirst for knowledge and hoping not to transgress my own limits with my plan. And I thought that would be enough. And so days, weeks, months, and years had passed. But it's weird how things happen sometimes. It only takes 3 words to a bystander to make sure they do exactly what you expect. 3 simple words that never fail. Don't do it. But it happened. She did it. And she was too late. When I no longer wanted her dead. When I had decided that I wanted her by my side. And when I had decided to take the mask of the vigilante to keep her in the world of the living. That was when she had found the doll and everything that I had built had started to fall apart. You are pathetic, Michael Magna had said, snapping. I then narrowed my eyes at that provocation. He didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, and I couldn't keep stalling him until Charlotte got Penchas into the car. The moans of Penchas's as he slowly walked had reached my ears. I shuffled through my options quickly and I then felt my mouth go dry. I then used the same offensive magic that Michael Magna had used. It had the same root and sustenance, and that was precisely why Michael Magna had never been able to stand up to my protection spell. Because it was different magic. It had been a spell that was learned from my mother and for those whose function could also be protected and healed. The black magic of the book could never be used for such benevolent reasons. And I only had to use blood, hair, and a rag doll to complete Charlotte's protection. And that had been enough for quite some time. At least, until that very morning, thanks to a certain header in the Herald that had triggered this whole catastrophic situation. Then the only victim of the vigilante who had escaped and also the only one who had seen my face did not wait to act. The newspaper that morning had only confirmed to Michael that Charlotte was still alive. In addition to recognizing me on the cover as his attacker and his brother's friend, a relationship between his niece and me was also confirmed. He had us bought together in one place. Michael Magna had been cunning enough and he had known how to move quickly to bring Charlotte back within his range. He had stayed out of sight and he had been hidden in the city for weeks. And my attempts to find him with my shadow had been futile. And I came to think that he had already died. Because he hadn't been seen for a while, I was sure that Michael Magna had tried to get to my house, so he used Katie as his spokesperson and he added Mimsy to the equation too. But he had ran into Charlotte at the local, after our stay at the hotel, and he took her as his prisoner. However, even though Charlotte was completely defenseless the entire time she was in the basement, Michael did not immediately attempt to kill her. He hadn't killed the rightful owner of the grimoire yet. And I could conclude the simple and banal reason as to why he didn't kill her yet. Michael Magna had suddenly clutched his chest tightly and he had groaned in pain. I can get a pretty good idea why you could never do anything to Charlotte. I sentenced. Apple Daddy was aware and ahead of your intentions in his will and he had left Charlotte well protected. Michael Magna had looked at me with contempt. My brother's absurd requests won't be able to stop me now, he answered while he was panting. The more I thought about it, the more sense it had made. What would have driven Michael Magna to keep alive the girl who prevented everything? He always wanted her for something, and she was finally being his for so many years. Why did he never kill Charlotte when he had countless opportunities to kill her when she was locked up in Magna Manor? Why did he give her the best education and tutors for so many years if he wanted her to die as soon as possible? What prevented him from poisoning her, or hiring a hitman and making a murder look like an unfortunate domestic accident? For a simple reason. Michael Magna's hands were tied. The inheritance that was left by his brother was all that he wanted. Control and money produced by the cotton farm, and access to the full powers of the grimoire. It seemed like an easy task if he was only facing a young girl. But Apple Daddy was always 2 steps ahead of him. Apple Daddy had left his inheritance exclusively to Charlotte in a convoluted will that was full of explicit instructions, strict conditions and bars for the legal guardian of his daughter. There were also mandates that not even Michael Magna himself could ignore if he wanted to be the heir to the book. Charlotte had told me that, On a monthly basis, the Magna's lawyer was in charge of making sure that she was in perfect health and receiving the best education, just as Apple Daddy had dictated. In addition to the fact that he had watched her uncle and he saw that he did not exceed the expenses and debts that had maintained a close relationship with the accounting of the farm. Many times he had ignored the financial advice. But anyways, the crisis had hit them and they had lost all the properties that were in the name of the Magnas due to bad business decisions and the stocks crash. Charlotte had told me when we had first met. My uncle, Michael Magna, was my father's older brother. He and his wife ran the cotton farm until I was old enough to marry and inherit it, according to the lawyer's instructions in Dad's will. But the crisis left us bankrupt before that happened. To marry or inherit the estate, I said, laughing. Both, she said with the shadow of a smile. But it doesn't matter. I assume that because of the way they gave me away to save themselves, they never intended to give me my inheritance. And I am sure that some accident or a one-way trip abroad would be in my future before I found someone to marry. But it was never like this before. There were no such assassination attempts shortly after Apple Daddy and Mrs. Magna passed away. Charlotte was in perfect health, and she could not justify a death from a spontaneous and lethal disease. Michael couldn't starve her, because she was constantly watched. He couldn't get close to her and attack her, or he wouldn't be her guardian anymore. The family doctor had been appointed by Apple Daddy, so it was less likely that he could cover up the bruises on her body or Charlotte's sudden demise. Everything had been so perfectly planned that Michael Magna was in checkmate for years. It was all to lose if anything had happened to the sole Magna heir. Charlotte had read her father's will many times, and one thing was clear. If she had died before getting married, the entire inheritance in money would go to charity, and Michael and his wife would be out on the streets. That's why she felt relatively safe in her stay at the manor, at least until Michael found a way to get rid of her without being financially affected, which never happened. But above all, if Charlotte was killed, the line of the owners of the grimoire would be broken without leaving a successor in writing and designated by the previous bearer. Michael couldn't claim it as his own, no matter how much he wanted to. The only option that was left to him was for Charlotte to relinquish of her own free will what was rightfully granted to her, or for her to die without his involvement, leaving her only living blood relative as the next owner. And that was her. An inheritance could not be transferred to the murderer of the victim. It was a logical equation. That was why Charlotte had to deliver the grimoire on her own to Michael or die of her own free will. And neither of those options were a real option right now. However, despite being forced to follow Apple Daddy's instructions, Michael would not just sit casually around, but he would take advantage of his position to ensure that some of the mandates of the youngest of the brothers had never materialized. Thus, he had tried to delay the inevitable as long as he could, until he could think of what to do in order to get rid of Charlotte. And his time was relentless. The years had passed and the girl had become quite a lady. Formal requests from powerful men would soon arrive, even without knowing her in person, would be interested in the enigmatic of a beautiful girl with a whole fortune to her name. And when that happened, it would mean that the end of Michael's lifestyle and his hopes for the inheritance. Charlotte would have full access to the money that was rightfully hers, and she would have complete control of the estate. And she would be given the pages of the spell book that Apple Daddy had kept. So Michael took it upon himself to keep her locked up in the mansion for years. That was not against the will. And Charlotte had told me that only older women had been her teachers, and he had forbade her to attend social events. And if she went out to the city, she would be with her Aunt Magda as an escort for specific things. Thus, Charlotte would never have the opportunity to meet a possible candidate to marry, and her time had did her own work with Michael. Michael coughed suddenly, and he was left gasping for air. He then had ran his burned hand through his shaggy blonde beard in a rough, tremulous gesture. He spat the fresh blood that had came out of his mouth onto the floor, and it had shone in the backlight. He was breathing heavily, which confirmed my suspicions. Michael Magna was dying. His decaying body that needed Katie Killjoy's death to regain its strength was clearly proof of that. And now he was exhausted. But against all the odds, he was still standing with a revolver in his hand. Suddenly, Michael raised his gun to intend to shoot. My shadow had then covered my body like a perfect shield so it could stop the bullet. But it wasn't me that he was aiming at. The barrel of his gun had went over my shoulder and towards where Charlotte and Penchas had stood. My blood pressure was at an alarming limit and my breathing had quickened right now. The excitement of a hunter had clouded my thoughts and I leaped forward and I had released all my anger in my first attack. I pushed up with my arm and I tried to cut his hard neck, but he lunged back and he had covered his face with his forearm. He had received a cut to his wrist though. I had then felt something grabbing my ankle and I had lost my balance and I had fell forward. At that moment, he had hit me with the pistol butt on the back of the head, but the protection of my shadow armor had prevented me from feeling the blow with the magnitude that it should have had right now. I had stopped myself from falling by putting both hands on the ground and I was still pinned by the ankle. I then twisted my body and I had kept pulling myself up. And then I slashed at Michael's exposed leg. Suddenly, Michael had cried out in pain as he felt my knife that was buried into his thigh.
Liberi.
I said between my clenching teeth, and then I had felt my ankle slipping from his grasp. I took out my bloody knife and got to my feet as fast as I could. Michael was squeezing his leg with the hand that still had held the gun, in a futile attempt to stop the bleeding. "You wretch!" he muttered in pain. And then he had collapsed to the ground and he was unable to stand. Michael Magna was completely defenseless. It was my chance. I then had jumped on him and I had landed a kick on his chest, and he fell on his back on the ground while his face was still up. The look of terror on his face was a delight, a true triumph. It was that moment when everything would finally end. I took my knife and I had gripped it tightly with both hands and I had raised it. I was ready to stab him in the chest. "Please, LeBlance," he spluttered, terrified without mercy. My strained smile was beginning to hurt my cheeks. But just as I tried to land the final blow, his shadow had re-emerged from the ground at my side. He grabbed both of my wrists like a big tentacle to try to stop me. I began to struggle and I had increased the intensity forward. I wanted to pierce that scum with my knife. I wanted him to suffer. I even wanted him to scream for mercy until his last breath had escaped from his body. I wanted to be the one to kill him right now. Michael's shadow didn't stop me from continuing my way down. I had barely deviated from the center of his chest. I then had pushed with all my body weight, until I had managed to cut through the fabric of his jacket and I had felt the blade go through his flesh under it. Michael Magna had cried out in pain while I watched his blood gush from the wound. I was elated. I wanted to be a spectator as he writhed in agony in the front row. My hunting spirit had completely possessed me right now. But a moment later, something had happened that I did not expect. Michael Magna had smiled, despite the pain. It was a smile that had turned into a small breathless laugh, and he gave me a look of pity, which confused me for half a second. I had believed that the man had lost his mind just before his death, until Charlotte's screams had reached my ears and they had made my blood run cold. I turned instinctively to try to look for her behind me. That was when Michael's shadow tentacle had grabbed me by my torso and it had yanked me back hard. I fell several meters from where he was, and then he had hit my back on the hood of Mimsey's red Citroen. I felt dazed as I collapsed to the ground, and I had resented the brutality of the blow that had pierced my shield. My head was spinning and my glasses had gone flying. I had straddled to the ground and I had tried to understand about what was happening around me between the complete darkness of the night and the light of the fire. I located Charlotte and Penchas with my own eyes, and immediately I understood that something was wrong. Charlotte had her back to Penchas's car and her side had clutched tightly as her face had contorted with pain. Penchas was at her side. He was very worried about her, while he grabbed his own bullet-wounded arm. "Charlotte, Charlotte," he told her, terrified. "What's wrong with you?" Charlotte had then took her hand away from where she was pressing to see in horror that she was drenched in the shimmering liquid that was blurred by her red coat. Charlotte was hurt. She stared at her own blood for a confused second before she had looked at me desperately. I immediately shook my head in horror at her questioning eyes. It hadn't been me. I wanted to tell her. I wanted to scream it. But Michael Magna's moans had reached my ears, and I had put myself on guard. I then felt resentment eating my heart. Only he would dare to hurt Charlotte. But I'd just had him pinned down moments before. Unless he had a way to hurt her without touching her. Then the hairs on the back of my neck had stood up as I realized what could have happened. It couldn't be. I staggered to my feet and I had looked closer to Michael Magna. He was meters away from me and he was already on his feet with the dagger that had still embedded in his torso. But his smirk was still on his terrible face. He had removed the knife with his good hand and he had reached out with the hand from under his jacket. It had been his hand that I had sliced through, not his thorax. The pierced hand was full of blood and it had a hole on its back, but more importantly, that hand had held Charlotte's doll that was now out of the sack of salt where I had put it in when I was down in the cellar. My stomach had contracted. The hand that I had managed to pierce had held Charlotte's doll from the start, and the point of the blade from my weapon had reached its rag body. I had damaged her doll, and I had created the bond between the doll and Charlotte. The doll was not in contact with the salt, and along with Charlotte, I was the only other person who could have physically hurt her and even kill her if I broke the doll with the intention of doing too much damage. Guilt began to build in my chest and my first impulse was to check on Charlotte. She was still on the ground and she was clutching her side and she was trying to stanch the bloody wound. I needed to tend to her and see how deep her wounds were and even put her in Pentius's car and get her the hell out of here. The most important thing for me was to keep her safe, but I couldn't make it to her. Shit, Michael exclaimed angry. It wasn't enough. I turned to him again and my hands were shaking with anger. That wretch that was called Michael Magna was still on his feet and he was inspecting the doll from front to back and he snorted in frustration. That's when I understood that this had been his intention from the beginning. He wanted me to stab the doll to kill Charlotte and to take advantage of my attack against him. Fury began to suffocate me and I had felt used as a vile pawn in his twisted plan. My shadow had shuddered with anger in unison against my skin. It was expressing his desire for revenge. I had to take the doll away from that bastard. I had to get rid of the spell that was binding to Charlotte as soon as possible and to also finish off Michael Magna before he could expose the doll to any possible physical harm. It didn't matter about how much magic was needed. Catch him! I exclaimed while I stretched an arm in Michael's direction and my shadow had stretched out like a claw to reach him. But Michael had reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and he threw some salt into the air. My shadow was struck before it could even touch him. Razzle and Dazzle's little bag of salt had fell to the ground and it was empty. My shadow had writhed in pain and it had shrank to me quickly. I then realized that it had left a part of my arm uncovered and it had left my protection incomplete. That attack must have dealt quite a bit of damage to its spectral form. Then Michael began to shout sarcastically, "This thing is without salt, LeBlance," he exclaimed in a raspy voice. He then picked up Charlotte's doll and he started to wave it in the air. "Are you capable of attacking me even with knowing about how much you could hurt Charlotte with this thing?" His deranged smile was unsettling and he had took a quick glance at Charlotte's condition before continuing. Charlotte was still on the ground, while Pentius in a naive attempt had stood in front of her in an effort to protect her. "Either you die and the binding spell is broken, or you kill that monstrosity by destroying the doll yourself, LeBlance. If you kill her, there will be no owner of the grimoire. If you die, the bond will be broken and they can devour her to collect their bounty." Suddenly his voice began to distort, and it was many voices at once. They were hidden and ancient voices of beings who did the favors in exchange for some power.
"Everyone wins,"
Michael had shouted with a voice that was not his voice. His countenance was illuminated by the fire of what was once my home. It had allowed me to see how his entire body was invaded by a multitude of thin, dark, and ghostly hands, which had came out of the ground and had climbed up until they had reached Michael's neck.
Alastor,
Said that same multitude of voices.
you destroyed the portal for connecting us. Okay, looks fine. It looks like the promised salt goes. The voice hisses.
My heart had skipped a beat. Of course, only they could have kept Magna alive. The voices in that unwavering demand were only giving me the certainty that their patience was at an end. The altar and the portal to the beyond had been lost in the fire that had started in the basement, and they could no longer freely manifest themselves to drag Charlotte away, even though the doll was not in contact with the salt. That had calmed me down a bit in the midst of the chaos. Cutting ties with beings from the beyond was something that I had contemplated. It was one of those matters that I had to take care of to ensure my future with Charlotte was good. The initial agreement, which had remained in force over time, had been to give them Charlotte's strange soul, and I had dedicated myself to offer the lives of others, to postpone the inevitable. I continued to pay to save the offering that I myself had provided in the vague hope that they would change their minds at some point and opt for my new offerings. But having the unforgiving reality had gotten out of my control, and it had hit me squarely on the face. They wouldn't put quantity over quality in this case. They wanted to devour Charlotte at that moment, and they wanted to dissolve our deal. They also wanted no more excuses or evasions, and they also wanted no more lives of others except for hers, and with no more ideas that could give us more time. They wanted her, and that was it. It was asking a lot, and it was asking for everything. I had no intention of giving her up. I wanted to have a quiet life with her. I also wanted to share our days again and to return to the safe and familiar ground that we had planned to recover after weeks apart from each other. And I wasn't willing to live under the constant threat of the beyond either. And for a deluded moment, I believed that the time to cut our ties had been decided with the basement that was consumed by fire, and thus they would not be able to bother us again. That would be the end of fear, and for me being the vigilante, and for the end of the constant threat to Charlotte. But inexplicably, they were still there, even though it should have been impossible for them to manifest at that time. There was no way, without more people being involved, that there was an intermediary body to offer voluntarily to someone that would allow them to act freely if there was no portal available. I narrowed my completely disgusted eyes at Michael Magna for what he had become. You had summoned them, and you had promised them something in return for them to help you, right? I muttered while I was preparing to attack him. I then had looked at Charlotte again. She was trying to get to her feet while she was in a deep argument with a very serious Penchus. "Charlotte, you must not move," Penchus had said to her in a scared voice. "I'm fine," Charlotte had said while she was examining and groping over her bloodied but intact dress. She had winced before looking at him. "I have to put you to safety, so don't argue with me," he answered without letting go of her. Michael had grabbed his face with his free hand, and he had dug his nails into his cheeks, and he had crawled at the collar of his shirt. He seemed to be suffocating. The nervousness and terror had manifested in his bulging eyes. "Don't forget my reward for this act of loyalty, please," Michael had exclaimed with his own voice and with a note of panic. "If you allow me to live a little longer, I can kill LeBlance, and I'll give you the girl. I know you want her, and in return, I wish for longevity and earthly riches." For all of the answers, Michael Magna had began to writhe violently until he had fell to the ground while he was spitting saliva and blood on the ground. He seemed to be having a seizure. Suddenly, he had let out some piercing screams as his body had convulsed and his head was repeatedly banged into the ground until his body had arched in the air to a point where it seemed as if his spine would break. Then it had stopped and he was left lying on the wet ground. The dense silence of the environment was only interrupted by the crackling of the flames that were in my house. Neither of us had made a move. We were completely absorbed in Michael's inert body. I had held my breath. I wasn't quite sure if I wasn't the only one who had wished for that bastard to be dead. I was hoping that something had gone wrong in his plan, but suddenly, he had gave a loud gasp of air and he began to cough. I looked at Michael surprised as he stood up with the grace and dexterity of a young man. Michael Magna had looked at us completely bewildered. He had looked at his hands and then he had moved them while he was experiencing his grip as he sighed in ecstasy. His gleeful expression was disturbing. Then Michael Magna began to laugh. A nervous and a shy laugh which had turned into something more macabre and safe with the passing of the seconds. The man was completely unhinged and something was branching out from his body. It had appeared to be his own blood vessels that were swollen against his skin and they had glowed green. His burned limbs that were still raw had fell limply to his sides and slight spasms had made his head jerk involuntarily. Michael Magna had tightened his grip on the doll and he had stood before me with the assurance of the healthiest of men. But when he had opened his mouth, many voices had came out at the same time like a war of crying that was against me.
Leblance.
His voice was no longer a person. His voice was like being possessed by such dark forces that he was even less than a human being. He was clearly losing his mind and the controls that were from his body was not entirely his controls from himself.
Your insolence will cost you dearly.
I then ran towards him and I had spread my shadow through my fingers until they became long claws, and I had tried to deal with him with a direct blow with the intention to pierce him in the chest. But instead of him protecting himself, he had reached out and he had put the doll in front of me. I had immediately stopped my attacks and I had reacted in time to stop a few inches from ripping through the doll. Michael Magna had took advantage of my distraction to hit me in the abdomen. If my abdomen was not protected by my shadow, I would have been hit to the ground right now. The shadows had emerged from the ground and they had created a kind of cocoon around my body that had left me immobilized.
Liberi.
I ordered, but nothing had happened. I was puzzled. I had tried to say it again, but the counterspell was useless. It is not good to bite the hand that feeds you, Leblance, Michael Magna had said with his bad voice and with an arrogant smile. He then had moved Charlotte's doll closer to my face. You can't even use a basic spell against high levels of magic. Suddenly, in my head, there was a small and unexpected voice that began to speak to me.
It was a mistake to have saved Charlotte Magna that day.
The voice had said in an unbearable tone of condescension.
Now you have lost your home. The Beyond wants to destroy you and those who care about are in danger.
I had shook my head and I had squeezed my eyes shut.
Was it worth so much sacrifice?
The voice had continued more severely.
This is not how things were supposed to happen. This isn't how you're supposed to live, Alastor.
Silence, I commanded, and that voice had stopped talking to me. Michael Magna had looked at me with disdain and he had felt offended by my order. You didn't even have the right to use the grimoire in the first place, he said while he was wrinkling his nose in disgust. You have done nothing but abuse the trust of the Magnas from the beginning, Leblance. It would be a great disappointment for Lucy to know about what you had done to his daughter. The subtle sound of the Pentious's Bentley door closing had given me the signal that I needed right now. You are a hypocrite, Magna, I said, snapping, and I had tried to move my arms, but I had no avail. You're the one who had only a little leech so that you could take everything that had belonged to your brother. It is you who should not have access to that power. His smile had waned as he had looked at me. And of course I can use the grimoire. I continued firmly. I can thank the true owner of the writings who took it upon himself to properly instruct me and to entrust me with something so important. Then Michael Magna had spat on my face. I had felt his nasty spittle trickling down my cheek and my throat had burned with indignation. Lucy, the real owner? He said out loud with a filled grudge. I was the oldest. We shouldn't even have parted in our mother's womb. We should have been one person. I was born before him, but he was born healthy. He took it upon himself to steal my health. My destiny was to take over the estate and the grimoire. But my father had thought that Lucy was more competent, stronger and worthier than me. I was condemned to live by his shadow. He was breathing heavily in anger and he had kept his hands clenched on the doll. You are pathetic, I said while I was waiting for the car to start. But there was no sound from the engine. I then had started to get impatient. Michael Magna had squeezed his cheeks hard with his free hand and he had looked at me with wide eyes and a big crazy smile had appeared on his face. His putrid breath had hit me in the face and the swollen veins that were on his face and over his burned flesh had gave him a grotesque countenance. he was the more beloved of the two. It was always like that, he said almost as a mockery, by my parents and by our acquaintances. He even had the right wife for a good family head. They even had a nice little girl who died. I know it, and I know that you know it too. Charlotte Magna is dead to me. That thing that claims to be my niece is nothing more than an abomination that my brother had created. He had let the doll dance upside down in the air, and he was holding it only with his thumb and forefinger. Lucy and I were never meant to be twins, LeBlance. He suddenly whispered gloomy. There should have been only one of us. He had held his breath for half a second before he had blinked and exhaled with his shoulders relaxed. But everything is fine now, he concluded simply, and I saw to it that it was so. I had tried again to get rid of my bonds, but I still had no results. My brother already had his days numbered anyway. He had said with a grudge in his own words. My brother should have not have used the time that he had left to revive that monster. He then had snapped his fingers and the cocoon of shadows had began to tighten around me. And even though I still had the protection of my shadow on my skin, my bones would break and my internal organs would burst if it had continued to compact on me. He had jerked away from me and he had rolled his eyes heavenward in disgust. Did you hear that, Lucy? He bellowed while he was elated. You have to have suspected it by now.
Isn't it?
Not for nothing that you had left me so many limitations in your
Stupid will.
His voice had changed owners at times. The patches of Michael Magna's consciousness seemed to grow more and more unstable, and his erratic behavior made me question about how long a mind so damaged and his body so badly wounded would last before he will collapse. Lucy, he yelled. Are you listening to me? Michael had looked at the sky impatiently as if he was waiting for a response from his brother. It was me, he had yelled at the top of his lungs. I took care of your car's brakes failing. I was expecting that they would derail in a ravine, and no one could ever have the proof that it had been me. He kept looking at the sky while he was taking tremulous steps in the verge of tears. I knew it. I always had knew it. I had no way of checking it when it had happened a decade ago and the police investigation had been stymied in the extreme. That tragic accident had taken Mrs. Magna and it had left my friend badly injured. With the passing of the days, his head injuries had gotten worse and finally, he had died. But Lucifer Magna was smarter than Michael, even when he was dead. I had never believed that this was an accident. That's why I tried to find my friend's killer by collecting all of the possible information that I got and what Husk was able to provide to me because of his little involvement in that particular case. But it had been limited at the time. I was sure that due to the seriousness that Husk had took his work in and if he would have been in charge of the case, he would not have agreed to the bribes that his colleague did accept to keep those murders as a tragic and unfortunate accident without further investigation. And now there was a confirmation from the killer himself. But it was no use. I had opened my mouth to let out the air that was left in my lungs and I couldn't fill them again. But you survived, you wretch, Michael had exclaimed with an inflection of anger in his voice.
And you had ruined everything.
Michael had licked his lips and he had rubbed his hand over his face roughly. I was drowning. Then he had snorted and he had dropped his gaze to the ground. I don't know what I'm doing when I am looking at the sky, he had exclaimed while he was opening his arms in resignation. After resurrecting that monstrosity, I'm sure that you and Lilith had ended up in. But he couldn't finish his sentence. We barely had time to close our eyes because of the headlights that suddenly had pointed at us and we had heard a car engine roar loudly. I had no chances to process about what was happening as the sound of the tires had skidded on the dirt and it was hurtling towards us. Michael Magna had dove to the side and he had barely dodged the green Bentley that had speeded by and it had nearly ran him over. The car had made a sharp U-turn and a door had opened. Pentius's shout had reached us before he had hit the gas again. You bastard! I heard Pentius exclaim while he was trying to hit Michael again with the car. Michael had tried to avoid the car again, but he had managed to get hit in the side and he was left lying on the ground like a wounded animal. The man had crawled while he was groaning loudly in pain, and the doll had jumped out of his grasp and it was now lying on the ground. "Damn Sebastian," he had muttered while he was trying to straddle himself painfully, and he had began to cough loudly and a spit of blood had escaped from his mouth. Penchas's car had took a wide turn and it had slowed down. Penchas had got half of a body out of his car. "You are a murderer," Penchas had yelled with his voice cracking. "I had defended you from those who had said that it was you, you wretch." The machine had picked up power again, and then Michael Magna had raised an arm and he had made some tentacles emerge from the ground to try and grab the car, but he had failed to reach it. The Bentley had continued on its way and it was right behind the house that was on flames. At that moment, I had felt my grip loosen behind the cocoon and the shadows that had held me like they were police officers had squirmed off. I had took a desperate breath of the long-awaited air and then I had clutched to my chest. My torso had been freed and the pieces of the cocoon had been moved without it even changing its shape around me. Michael Magna had began to cough noisily while he was lying on the floor. I then had looked back. I was not understanding about what had happened right now. It was then that I saw Charlotte behind me with an empty salt shaker in her hand. Then I had understood about what she had done during this time. She had used the salt to weaken the shadows. She was on her feet while she was still squeezing her side with her free hand. She wasn't looking at me, but she was looking at Michael. Something had changed in her eyes and her expression was one of complete repudiation and pain right now.
"Liberi,"
I said firmly and with so much difficulty, and then I was able to get the rest of the dark tentacles off of me. Immediately, I felt how my body had succumbed to the lack of support that my shadow had been giving me, and I had leaned on my good knee so I would not fall flat on the ground. I was physically and mentally exhausted, and I could no longer sustain such a high-caliber spell to shield my body. My spectral companion had circled around me while I saw how damaged its figure was. It was missing some pieces and it had been snatched away by the attack from the salt. I had quickly located the doll and I had snapped my fingers and it had reached my hand. I finally had it in my possession. I then looked at Charlotte. She was standing next to me and she seemed to have a great difficulty to hold back her tears. Her lower lip was trembling violently and her breathing was between stifled sobs and her tears were pooling in her eyes. Charlotte didn't say a word, but she was still staring at Michael. I knew that look. They were the eyes of someone who wanted revenge from someone who wanted to do harm to us. Michael had turned to us and he was horrified to see that the doll was in my hands. I then blew on the doll and Charlotte's golden hair had flew out as if a gale had ripped it from the rag body to which it had been attached. And those blonde strands had remained floating in the air until they had combusted and disappeared in the wind like a bad memory. I then had smiled sincerely. The bond with the doll had been broken. It was when everything had happened very fast. Michael had let out a cry of fury, which had sounded like many angry voices at once, and it had rumbled in every living thing that was around the corner and covering our ears did not help us at all. My shadow had been reduced to a trembling bundle that it was now hiding at my feet. That cry was from beings that were more powerful than my shadow. I could feel its paralyzing fear. But suddenly, the Bentley had appeared to come to an abrupt stop that were several yards from us. And all was silent right now. I then had grabbed my own limbs and I had thrown myself to the ground roughly, like being immobilized and like being in a position of an animal from predators. "Alastor!" Charlotte had yelled terrified. She then had lunged at me and she was intending to yank the tentacles off of me. But at her mere touch to me, she had fell back and she had clutched her head and she had squeezed her eyes shut. "That's too many voices again," she had whispered while she was overwhelming. I didn't understand about what she had meant, but she had tried to pull herself together by shaking her head. Michael Magna was still on the ground while he was kneeling on the floor and his eyes had unnaturally opened. "Charlotte, go away," I said with difficulty. "I'm not leaving you." She had rebuked me once again. "I won't be able to have the grimoire anymore," Michael had suddenly said with a hoarse voice. Then he had took my knife out of his jacket's pocket. But his movements was unusually slow. My only option was for LeBlanc to kill Charlotte, Michael had said while he was still too stunned.
We want to go.
commanded the man's voice as long with other voices too. Michael was then shocked at those words. We had a deal, he had countered with a panic in his words. The man had clutched his head and then he had threw himself to the ground and he had banged his head on the surface. Get out of me! He had screamed desperately while his forehead was bleeding and his eyes were full of tears. And then the man got into a fetal position to cry. He was hugging himself and he was digging his nails into his jacket so hard that I was sure that he was trying to hurt himself.
Liberi.
I said while I was pulling on my moorings.
Liberi.
But nothing had happened. My shadow was in no condition to fight and I was too exhausted. I didn't want to accept that this was my end. There were still plenty of things to do in my life, like songs to sing and good food to prepare, and I wanted to do all of those things with Charlotte. In the midst of my ramblings, Charlotte had took several steps in front of me in an effort to protect me. The prospect of knowing her completely defenseless had filled me with a feeling that I had not experienced with such cruel intensity, and that was the fear of losing her. She had walked on while she was injured and inexperienced, to try to confront her uncle, a being who had left his humanity behind a long time ago. But she was standing firmly and she was fueled by the need for justice by her own hands and she was determined to not abandon me. Charlotte, I had said while I was struggling uselessly against the spectral grips. What do you think you're doing? I don't know, she had answered me in a low voice. Please get out of here. Penchus must be bewildered, but you can still escape with him in the car. Would you leave me alone right now, Alastor? She had suddenly said in a serious tone. She then had turned to look at me for a moment and my breath had left my bruised body. A lot had happened in all that time since I had first met Charlotte in a snowy afternoon. From deals and denials, dinners and laughs, evenings of books and cooking, songs and dances, share wonderful and interesting talks, laugh at the same things and end my loneliness. But above all, I had known love. A selfless and sincere love from a partner with whom I had loved to spend my days with. And I had felt that I had put off an important step for a long time now. But to my advantage, the decision was always held on the tip of my tongue. And at that moment, I had my answer more than ready. You know that no, I said, giving up. I'm daring to say that I would accompany you to death, darling. Her smile was like a ray of sunshine. Me too, Alastor, she had said with a calm certainty. It then had started to get very cold and our icy breath had spread into white vapor in the air, and when we had turned around, a child had appeared between us. A lanky and a blonde-haired boy was staring at Charlotte right now. Madam, he had said with seriousness in his unusually blue eyes.
Votre héritage est prêt.
And in the blink of an eye, he and the cold were gone. We were both in a complete stupor. What had that been? No, Michael had yelled while he was trying to snap us out of our state of confusion. No!
No, no.
He then had raised his arms as if he was lifting an unbelievably large weight and the shadow dog had materialized. Charlotte had stood on guard in front of me with the empty salt shaker still in her hand. The grimoire has an owner. Michael had yelled while he was digging his nails into his cheeks. We didn't understand about what he was referring to. I didn't know about what kind of conclusions that he had drawn. But what we were sure of was that Michael Magna had completely lost his sanity. Nothing matters anymore. Kill them both! Michael had shouted at the dog, but the dog did not move. It was standing completely still and it was staring at Charlotte. Eat her! Michael had exclaimed while he was maddening. Charlotte! I had exclaimed and I had tried to stand up, but I had no success. Under the conditions that I was in, it was completely useless to stand up. I couldn't let Charlotte face Michael Magna alone. Even if it had costed me the last of my strength, I had to be able to get up.
Liberi. Liberi. Liberi.
I had screamed with all my might. I then had felt the grip on my weakened arms, and I had began to pull on them. I was trying to break out of my prison. I had to help Charlotte. I couldn't allow her to die in this place. The cost didn't matter. Then someone had yelled, an ancient and an authoritative voice that couldn't be disobeyed at any time. The voice of someone who should have been buried years ago was echoing through every fiber of my being like something tangible. It was terrifying. That voice had echoed in my head like a blow from inside my skull.
Enough, Alastor!
I then had slumped hard to the ground and my face had hit the ground sideways. The pain from the blow was immediate and I could feel the small stones that were digging into my cheeks. My whole body had become paralyzed. I had no control at all and I could only watch helplessly as the jaws of Michael Magnus' great shadow dog had opened wide and it had devoured Charlotte in just one whole bite. It was as if time had stopped. I couldn't even scream. My head was in a daze. I was not quite understanding about what had happened and why my sweet Charlotte was no longer in front of my eyes. Suddenly, fear had shook me to the core. It couldn't be. She was gone in just a blink of an eye. I had lost her again. But this time, there was no turning back. Charlotte was gone. Desperation had begun to invade me as I tried to move my useless muscles, and I had felt how my heart was being torn apart. I had felt suffocated by the storm that I had felt between my ribs. The tears and my voice were stuck in my throat. Suddenly, I had felt how my mind had separated from my body and something had pulled me into the deepest darkness. I had felt myself hovering on the edge of consciousness with my heart numb and the images of Charlotte disappearing into the shadows. Charlotte. I had let myself be guided and I had fell into the abyss. I wanted to get rid of that unbearable torture that had devoured my chest. Everything around me had blurred into patches that had combined with unreality. I had no longer felt the pain in my leg or in any of my battle wounds. I didn't hear Michael Magnus' distant coughing that was probably echoing through the trees, nor did I see the lights from the approaching headlights of Pentius's Bentley, or felt the scent of petrichor in my nostrils. The world was now like further and further away from me. Charlotte was gone. She was gone right under my nose. It was now no longer worth continuing my life without her here with me right now. And suddenly, right now, there was nothing.
Credits to these artists from X. The creator of this fanfic. This is the owner of the characters in the story. Also happy 31 birthday to Vivian Medrano. Thanks for watching, like and subscribe for more videos and stuff. The rest of the chapters are coming soon, but it may take a while. I am now over and out for now.